close, my fist is gut-wrenching. Show me the way to the peace that I'm missing, I'm not religious. But remember this, I live my life with the best of intentions. Don't bullshit me, it's hard to believe. And everything around me is so diseased. So answer this, who the fuck are you? And who the fuck am I supposed to be? Should I listen to God and all his prophets? Listen to the greed that aligns my pocket. Listen to the hypocrites compared to the prophet. Listen to the pain that I've clearly adopted. I can't move on when I'm stuck in the past. Hard to forget with a flag at half-mast. Hard to live in the mood so fast. And everything around me is made of glass. And I wanna let you know that I got the message. Stuck in the rut and I'm up for suggestions. But where the fuck is the light of my tunnel? So hand me the balance, I'm starting to stumble. They always say that the strong survive. How do we know too young to die? When happiness is in short supply, they hand you a pill and they tell you to try to love you. And I can't deny. Drive myself crazy with the reasons why I can't come to terms with the word goodbye. And the reason is there's no reply. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days. Show me the beauty when the color fades, color fades. Give me the courage so I'm not afraid, so I'm not afraid. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days. Show me the beauty when the color fades, color fades. Give me the courage so I'm not afraid, so I'm not afraid. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days. Yeah. I want you to listen to me. Now pay attention.
Hey guys, hold on just a second. I dropped something. I'm trying to get it up. I made a mess.
Drama club isn't accepting submissions. Done with all that bullshit. This family's nothing to fuck with. Unless you really want it, then we'll add you to that hit list. Tried to prevent these events to such extent. I gave in. I was hell-bent. I still lost you in the end. I take
As soon as I click live, man. As soon as I click live, I drop some shit.
In life, it's not a secret that you keep. It's days and weeks of feeling weak, no sleeping and repeat. Lose your mind and then you find it and get buried underneath the happiness, the pain, and you be getting no relief. What the fuck am I saying? All you faggots paying attention. God blessed you with ears, but you idiots never listen. I guess in what I'm saying, since there is no comprehension, my bleeding heart fell apart, let it be your intervention. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. I sit back and I reflect and I think about the past. It's set in stone, I have to view it through the glass. Made a lot of mistakes, I'm learning to adapt. I sit alone and overanalyze the aftermath. No straight and narrow, always seeking out a shortcut. And in the further back, see me playing catch up in the days of sin and wonder. Are my days really numbered? Shit, I don't know, but I ain't getting any younger. Not made up, but I made up. I suggest that you just keep it zip. Had to lose my brother to learn the value of relationships. I can't forget, I take myself a
Give me
little
just a second. I'm
trip
trying
down
to share the link and get this shit up.
Sometimes I scare myself from what I really might do. I keep telling you, I've got a couple screws loose, but you refuse to believe the things that I say to you. That's okay, you can join me in the institute. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. I am back, I am better than ever. I survived a little storm and kept my own shit together. But inside my desperation, I was seeking desperate measures. There's a change up in the season, and I'm just a little weathered. There's a thin line between happiness and misery. Pursue the truth, life is not a fucking mystery. Get a clue, common sense is not your enemy. I was just like you, concerned with just the victory. I used to be a hothead, got a firm grip on my temper. I'm on that next level, balanced and I'm centered. Pain is dangerous, it seems to be my motivator. I'm the type to shoot first and ask the questions later. Can't tell me nothing, this motherfucker knows I tried. I sent him messages, 1,000 prayers with no reply. Can't call my nightmares with a motherfucking lullaby. So fire up that cigarette, pour a shot that multiplies. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. With clenched fists, my hands steady. I'm ready to take this leap of faith, and my palms sweaty. I'm so afraid, in a state of panic. I'm a basket case. I step back, I'm hell bent. In this first attempt, gotta keep the pace. If God forgives, I'm ready to live this life full of unpromised days. So fuck it now, I'm all in. Hate motherfuckers wanna keep me down, and what goes around, it comes around. If heaven don't want me, then I'm hellbound. And inside my man, it's Southside land. Set fire to the past, walk through these ashes, fighting for the best. Step black, fetish shopping. Come and take a ride with me, motherfucker, hop in. Welcome back, got a full clip. All aboard this crazy train. No money, no cars, no champagne, but I'm still alive and I can't complain. I'm drama free, it's plain to see. Getting used to these growing pains. Success is certain, back to work, and goddamn, I can feel the change. Inside of the coin, I'm paranoid. At the surface, I play it cool, and I'm afraid of heights, but out of spite. Put me up on this pedestal, but I love you, and I can't deny. Drive myself crazy with the reasons why I can't come to terms with the word goodbye, and the reason is there's no reply. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days. Show me the beauty when the color fades, color fades. Give me the courage, so I'm not afraid, so I'm not afraid. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days. Show me the beauty when the color fades, color fades. Give me the courage, so I'm not afraid, so I'm not afraid. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days. So I sit back and relax, still asking myself the same questions. Ignore the facts, I can't turn back. God, please answer me. I'm sick of guessing. I clench my fist, it's gut wrench.
This is Jay Reese.
But remember this, I live my life with the best of intentions. Don't bullshit me, it's hard to believe. And everything around me is so diseased. So answer this, who the fuck are you? And who the fuck am I supposed to be? Should I listen to God and all his prophets? Listen to the greed that aligns my pocket. Listen to the hypocrites compared to the prophet. Listen to the pain that I clearly adopted. I can't move on when I'm stuck in the past. Hard to forget with a flag at half-mast. Hard to live when the moves so fast. And everything around me is made of glass. And I wanna let you know that I got the message. Stuck in the rut and I'm up for suggestions. But where the fuck is the light of my tunnel? So hand me the bounce, I'm starting to stumble. They always say that the strong survive. How do we know too young to die? When happiness is in short supply, they hand you a pill and they tell you to try to love you, and I can't deny. Drive myself crazy with the reasons why I can't come to terms with the word goodbye. And the reason is there's no reply. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days. Show me the beauty when the color fades, color fades. Give me the courage, so I'm not afraid, so I'm not afraid. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days. Show me the beauty when the color fades, color fades. Give me the courage, so I'm not afraid, so I'm not afraid. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days. Yeah. I want you to listen to me. Now pay attention. Welcome to my sideshow. Enjoy the free admission. The drama club isn't accepting submission. Done with all that bullshit. This family's nothing to fuck with. Unless you really want it, then we'll add you to that hit list. Tried to prevent these events to such extent. I gave in, I was hell-bent, I still lost you in the end. I take 2 steps forward and I take 3 steps back. You can hear the contradiction, maybe I really am a psychopath. The meaning in life, it's not a secret that you keep. It's days and weeks of feeling weak, no sleeping and repeat. Lose your mind and then you find it and get buried underneath the happiness, the pain, and you be getting no relief. What the fuck am I saying? All you faggots paying attention. God blessed you with ears, but you idiots never listen. I guess in what I'm saying, since there is no comprehension, my bleeding heart fell apart, let it be your intervention. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. I sit back and I reflect and I think about the past. It's set in stone, I have to view it through the glass. Made a lot of mistakes, I'm learning to adapt. I sit alone and overanalyze the aftermath. No straight and narrow, always seeking out a shortcut. And in the further back, see me playing catch up in the days of sin wonder. Are my days really numbered? Shit, I don't know, but I ain't getting any younger. Not made up, but I made up. I suggested you just keep it zip. Had to lose my brother to learn the value of relationships. I can't forget. I
only vape because I'm so disappointed I'm going to miss the Ascension. It's a coping mechanism, but really, how much longer am I going to be here?
You refuse to believe the things that I say to you. That's okay, you can join me in the institute. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me.
Good deal, Miss Mo.
Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. I am back, I am better than ever. I survived a little storm and kept my own shit together. But aside my
Alright guys, here we go.
There's a change up in the season, and I'm just a little weathered. There's a thin line between happiness and misery. Pursue the truth, life is not a fucking mystery. Get a clue, common sense, not your
I did it again.
Just like the victory.
Hey.
Used to be a hothead, got a
Teach me how to dougie.
Hey,
I'm on that next level, balance out.
They be like,
What?
will you teach me how to dougie? You know why? Cause all my bitches love me. All I need is a beat that's super bumping. And for you, to back it up and dump it.
pump it out.
Put your arms out front, clean side to side. They gon' be on you when they see you hit that dougie, right?
Yeah.
Ain't nobody fucking with my bro from Morningside. He go by Bubba and he hits the dance with thunder.
Teach me how to ducky. Teach me how to ducky. Teach me how to ducky. Teach me how to ducky.
All my bitches love me. All my bitches love me. All my bitches love me. You ain't fucking with my dougie. Break it down.
你好吗？真长你好高兴，这真快乐，没过来。
Teach me how to ducky. Teach me how to ducky. Teach me how to ducky. Teach me how to ducky.
I ain't from Dallas but I D-town booty. I show my moves off now if buddy trying to do me. I lead our functions and all the ladies trying to screw me.
Sweet.
Now you just do you and I'ma do me.
Teach me how to ducky. Teach me how to ducky.
Word.
Teach me how to ducky. Teach me how to ducky.
All my bitches love me. All my bitches love me. All my bitches love me. You ain't fucking with my dougie.
This is a really hard job. Literally.
Help us.
Say what?
Oh, my camera is something. It was just on. Hold on. Okay, my camera went off for some reason. Maybe it'll come back on. We'll see if we can get it in a minute. Welcome to the show with no camera. Give me just a second. Let me see if I can get it. Here, I'll throw some music back up. It was just working before we started the show. Then I watched one Teach Me How to Dougie, and look where we're at.
Trump in a dress, fucking Flynn on his desk. A retard in a vest, climbing up 5G towers. Cause you told him if he did, he'd get fucking superpowers. Here we go, I think.
I know what the deal is. Damn it. And I didn't restart one of the apps that it requires when we first, when I rebooted. We had a power outage today at my house. I thought about calling it in to Jason Q, but he said he already had it handled. I didn't know if he'd be able to decode it anyways. We do regular math here, not the crazy meth head math that he's used to. So I didn't even know if he could figure it out or not. But I completely forgot we had a power outage. Maybe I just imagined it working. Anyways, I'm back. Thank you for joining us. I'm Will Bird. This is Cold Beer Confessional. We did have a power outage here today for just a few minutes. Well, I guess it was probably for like 20 minutes, something like that. I have no idea what it was, but the electric company reported it to us. Like, well, of course, our power was out. We knew it. But as soon as we checked it, they were already on top of it on social media pages. And I went to get in the shower, and before the water even warmed up and I got in, it was back on. So I don't know if that was the 10 days of darkness, but it didn't have a very good showing. Thank you for joining us tonight. We're going to talk about a couple different things. We go around and watch some videos and stuff and try to make the back half of the show have some fun with it because the front half of the show is really going to suck. We are going to, it must have been the 10 minutes of darkness probably. We're going to finally dive into what's going on in Afghanistan slightly. And the only reason I want to cover it on this show, and I'm not going to get real in depth with it because I can't do stuff like that. But the only reason I want to cover it on the show is because these dumbasses are posting shit like the Taliban or white hats, and they're doing it for Trump. Trump told them to do it to make Biden look bad. Like, there's people fucking dying. Like, Jesus Christ, dude. We had to send 3,000 Marines back just a couple hours ago to go pick up more people. It's in a bad way over there. Before we get started, make sure you hit the like and subscribe button, please. We're on the backup channel for 4 more days. I think 5 or 4 more days. I'll check in just a minute and make sure. And then you can go back to Cold Beer Confessional. This is the backup channel here. If you're on YouTube, if you're on Facebook, same place, same time, same page. Like the video, like the page. If you want to support the channel, you guys know how. I'll drop the links from the bot. That'd be Cult Club, Buy Me a Coffee, and GoFundMe. Use whichever one you want. It's easier to use the coffee one from Facebook if you're coming from Facebook. The rest of them really don't matter. It doesn't like going from Facebook to Cult Club for some reason. I want you to sign up. The first video just blew my fucking mind. The disconnect between fucking the political elite, mainstream media class, and everybody else in the fucking world. Like, I can't believe how disconnected this woman is from reality. It's not just the QAnon sometimes that are so deep down the rabbit hole they can't see anything else. Sometimes it's what the left would consider normal.
It's clear who is now in charge. Taliban fighters have flooded the capital, smiling and victorious.
So this is a CNN reporter on the ground. They had a compound in Kabul that they worked out of, and she said as soon as we left our compound, it's clear who's in charge. The Taliban has taken over the city, and they are in... They are in cars running around, smiling and waving and showing off their new guns. She had to throw on her fucking robe, burqa, whatever it's called. She had to throw it on and hop into the car so they didn't stone her to death. But at least they're smiling.
Taliban fighters have flooded the capital. Smiling and victorious, they took this city of 6 million people in a matter of hours, barely firing a shot.
This is a sight I honestly thought I would never see. Scores of Taliban fighters, and just behind us...
I'm telling you right now, fuck you, fuck your president, fuck your plan, and I will fuck you up in the streets. I see you try to tell me that this is a fucking white hat operation. Too many people died.
Some carry American weapons. They tell us they're here to maintain law and order. Everything is under control. Everything will be fine, the commander says. Nobody should worry.
What's your message to America right now?
America already spent enough time in Afghanistan. They need to leave, he tells us. They already lost lots of lives and lots of money. People come up to them to pose for photographs.
Chanting death to America, but they seem friendly at the same time. It's utterly...
Did you hear this woman? This is the part I don't understand. Not only does she get too close to the men and they tell her she needs to stand to the side, or, she'll be stoned to death, an honor killing, raped until she stops breathing. But then while they're chanting death to America, she's like, and they seem so friendly. They're chanting death to America, but they seem so friendly.
For photographs.
But what are the people at January 6th? What do you call them those? Terrorists, insurrectionists? Yeah.
They're just chanting death to America, but they seem friendly at the same time. It's utterly bizarre.
At the presidential palace, the Taliban are now guarding the gate. They say they're here to fill the vacuum left when the government fled. But the welcoming spirit only extends so far, and my presence soon creates tension.
It's because of you. They've just...
I have to be completely fair. I'm not happy with the way that Biden's addressing it and trying to play it off like it's no big deal. It is a big fucking deal. But when Trump announced that he was doing a fast, like a quick drawdown, it never happened, but when he was going to do a quick drawdown and get everybody out, this would have happened too. I said it at the time. I said, well, it's just gonna fucking cave in on itself. There's no goddamn way.
Told me to stand to the side.
So he's not handling it well right now. They told her to stand aside. He's not handling it well right now with his press release, and we're going to watch part of that probably and stuff. But I don't think there was a quick out of Afghanistan that ended much differently than this.
Spirit only extends so far, and my presence soon creates tension.
It's because of you.
They've just told me to stand to the side because I'm a woman.
Outside, ordinary Afghans clamor to talk to us, struggling to process the dizzying speed of
Yeah, it's I agree, Rage in the Cage. Sorry for your loss, man. I don't know how to feel, honestly. I'm just mad. Like I'm so fucking mad. It just reminds me when Iraq fell to ISIS, like places I had been, streets I'd walked down and shit. Like it blew my fucking mind. I just sat on the floor and watched it on the news. It blew my fucking mind. And now it's happening again. What the fuck, man?
Kabul's fall.
Actually, I feel nothing right now. We want peace. We are tired of this ongoing war.
What does the future look like to you now?
I cannot predict even in seconds right now, and I can't predict even minutes right now. So that's why I don't know what will happen tomorrow and what will happen after.
In many ways, John and Brianna.
It's hard to place blame on a lot of things. One, we shouldn't have been fucking around over there anyways. But second of all, it's hard to place blame about anywhere. Fucking a quick withdrawal was never going to work. A power vacuum is never going to work. They need some type of strong, overbearing leadership that controls stuff. That's why the leaders that were in place before we got there did so well. And that's why as soon as we left Iraq, the power vacuum was just filled by fucking roving gangs in Iran. It's just, the whole thing's fucked up, and the damn, it's kind of half-assed to even blame the Afghani army, but hell, they were giving up bases before the Taliban even got there. They were basically signing clipboards and leaving it hanging on the front of the gate, telling them where the shit was, and the commander was signing over the base before they even got there. It's not like they surrendered because they were outnumbered. Before anybody got there, they were giving up bases.
Brianna, the story today is about the people who aren't out on the streets, who don't feel safe, who are petrified, who are wondering what the future will bring, who are hiding out. There are tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of them across this city. We can't see them, and they're not speaking because they're so concerned.
The people who left or are trying to, or the people who helped or are trying to leave right now are basically going to be slaughtered. We've seen stuff like this before. It's not gonna end up good. I know we've already left interpreters behind. They've been doing live streams from rooftops where they're hiding in the Capitol. They got left behind. Where the fuck are they supposed to go?
Their voices are largely silent, but still, when you think of those images at the airport, you have to keep those in your mind. That is the other side of the coin here, the dark reality of the absolute bitter fear that is consuming so many Afghans in this new, bizarre world.
That's really the description coming from inside of Afghanistan. Clarissa, I was trying to have some women who are holed up there in Afghanistan on the show today, trying to book them on the show through an Afghan-American cousin who is here in the United States, but they're just too terrified. They're too terrified to come on, even with the promise of obscuring their voices and their identities. And right now they're holed up in their house. The Taliban is walking outside of their house, and they worry it's just a matter of time until someone knocks on the door.
And absolutely, especially for women who have been outspoken, for women who have had prominent jobs, women in politics, women in the judiciary, female journalists, all of these women, incredibly strong, brilliant women, are right now absolutely petrified, just waiting to see what happens. Where can they go? Where can they turn? Will they become a target? Many questions.
Yeah, I heard about Kandahar.
From the airport in Kabul, obviously the frenzy of people trying to get on planes there. But can people even get to the airport at this point?
So we had several.
So they've already had to. I don't know if you've seen the videos. There are. Let's see if I can find them. There are literally people so desperate to leave that they are trying to get on the landing gear doors and fly on the outside of the plane, not understanding how it works. I think the Sun had one. I think the Sun had a video that was kind of edited at least. It wasn't as bad as it could have been. Right, here's one. Whoa, sorry, I didn't realize it was that loud. I'll turn it down. Those are bodies falling. Like they were on the outside of the plane. Just anything trying to get away. Like it's anything to get out of the country before the Taliban comes back. They know what they've done. They know what they've lived under it before. The majority of them. I mean, if you're an adult, you've lived under Taliban rule before. They know what they've done to help the U.S., thinking that there would be a way out, and now here we are.
Teams of colleagues who tried to get to the airport yesterday.
Yeah, I understand, Rage. I couldn't cover it for days, but I understand.
You had people driving down the wrong side of the road. You had one American friend. Scenes of chaos. This crush of people.
Oh, what I was gonna say was, they've already had to use weapons to clear runways. Like it was good enough to use. There's a video of like an Apache helicopter clearing a runway for a C-17, and there's a couple of Pavolos coming in. They've already had to use weapons as diplomats. Countries were trying to get their diplomatic personnel out, and I'm sure some like covert personnel, and they just kept getting rushed and rushed and rushed. They couldn't hold them back anymore.
Whether the shooting was targeting somebody or whether it was simply someone trying to scatter the crowd because the chaos was too much. But as you well know, whenever you have a scene like that, where you have a crash of humanity, where you have absolute chaos, where you have bullets flying, that's when people get hurt. And I think those...
It's almost like CNN can't decide whether it's sad or whether to fucking celebrate. It's so fucking weird watching their coverage of it.
They're seared into all of our minds. Speak to this desperation. How desperate, how petrified does an individual have to be to risk everything and just try to physically crush yourself on to the outside of an airplane? Those images of people holding on to a U.S. Air Force carrier, I think that's something many Americans will, and people around...
There they are. That's the same plane. There they are, all up on the landing gear door.
...get out of their minds for quite some time.
Yeah, they are risking death because they're certain they're going to face it. There in Kabul. I wonder, Clarissa, what will become of the U.S. Embassy now that Americans have left? I mean, is there a possibility that we could be seeing a Taliban flag?
No, I don't think we should have stayed there forever. I don't think we should have been there in the first fucking place. But you have to have some type of exit strategy other than just flee. Flee. Oh, all the bases are falling behind us. Flee faster.
Flying over the embassy, are there security forces there to stop something like that happening?
We didn't see any indication of security forces there. Look at what the Taliban did last night in the presidential palace. Hours after Ashraf Ghani fled the country, the former president, they were in there asserting themselves, holding court. And I should say these are mostly commanders and fighters. We have yet to sort of have the arrival, let's say, of the more seasoned Taliban political leaders. And I think they will be trying to call the shots with an eye on what the international community will be thinking and making of this whole situation. But it is certainly quite possible that you will see the Taliban enter the U.S. embassy. Certainly, there's no real way at this stage to stop it.
No, because the U.S. has completely evacuated said embassy. I guess a really important question over the next few days, Clarissa, is what are the Taliban...
I think they just, I mean, it's... I don't know if you've seen the videos of them, like, discovering helicopters. Like, they... Okay. You can send that in a message. Thanks. Anyways, I don't know if you've seen the videos of them discovering, like, helicopters and shit. They don't understand. They just don't understand how it works, right? I spent 6 weeks one time trying to teach a group of 20 of them how to do jumping jacks. It's just unnatural to them, the things that they don't know. They don't know.
Taliban's intentions toward the airport, with the one remaining site where people can get out.
I think for now the Taliban is happy for the airport to be under the purview of the U.S. for as long as those evacuations are going on.
No. So basically what happens with military equipment left behind is if it's any sensitive items and you've got to scrap it, if there's any sensitive items you can't recover. So let's say like you roll over a truck and or a helo goes down or can't take off, and direct enemy engagement, you're going to be overrun. You have to leave it. Like, you can't sit there and recover it. And it's got jammers and electronics and radios and signals and stuff, and you can't reset or recover that stuff. You thermite it in place, or try to get away and get an airstrike quick if you got air support. If it's just like this, it's cheaper for them to. They say it's cheaper for them to leave it all behind and give it to the country's protection force and fucking warehouses and warehouses and warehouses full of the shit, rather than trying to ship it back home.
In a strange sense, they don't want to do anything that would impede those evacuations because they want all foreigners out of this country. And they said as much to me many times on the streets today. So there is a sort of threshold of patience whereby they're willing to wait out the next couple of days until
they didn't do any of what.
But one can only assume.
I'm saying they won't thermite them, they won't bomb them, they won't blow them up because they don't have sensitive items. They pulled the radios, they pulled the jammers, they pulled everything that's sensitive. The only sensitive items I've seen floating around so far, besides like big equipment, like there was some helos and shit left, where I saw like some drones and shit like that. They pulled all the stuff they were, but hell, they barely had time to burn all the fucking secret documents at the embassy. I don't even think they got all them burnt, much less getting rid of everything else.
At some point, they will very much want those 6,000 U.S. troops to leave, as well as, some various British and other nationalities, military, who are also here evacuating.
Everybody asks, like, don't you blow up the vehicle so the enemy can't have it? That's only like when you just crashed on a mission and you're getting overrun, yes. If you're like leaving the country, no. Hell, we line them up and wash them for them and then park them and then they can have them.
Their own citizens. We don't know yet, though, what the Taliban's timeline is for that one. They have said they will not declare an interim government, a transitional government, until everybody is out.
As you mentioned, Clarissa, your dress code has clearly changed here in the last day since the Taliban took over Kabul. Is it safe there? Is it less safe for you? Obviously, you're reporting from the street, but what are considerations right now for foreign journalists like yourself?
Well, we've been told that we're free to report here. We're very cautious. We have good lines into the Taliban. Anytime we want to shoot video on the street, we'll stop and we'll go.
Oh, I bet you have good lines into the Taliban.
Them. For the most part, it hasn't been a problem. Occasionally, my gender does flummox them. At the entrance to the presidential palace, as you saw, it was sort of an uncomfortable moment, and they were shooing me away and sort of asking why my colleagues had brought a woman with them, which is, frankly, to be expected and not unusual. I will say also, Brianna.
Oh, it's to be expected. It's to be expected. Look at the wide fucking excuses, the berth that we give them to say, oh, shoo a woman away. Why did you bring a woman with you, man?
A lot less women on the streets today.
What would you have said if that would have happened to you in the United States? What would the lawsuit have looked like?
Normally, Kabul, it's still a conservative society.
Stop being so base, Taliban.
Quite as tightly as this. You might see them with some hair showing. You might see them wearing colors. You might see them wearing slightly more shapely silhouettes than I'm wearing in this abaya. Today, seeing a lot more burqas on the streets and far fewer women.
There's some more stuff coming out of there. There's a lot of stuff coming out. Some of the weapon systems. Here's a plane, C-17's full of fucking people. Jesus. They're trying to get everybody out they can. They just sent. I think I got the U.S. is sending back 3,000 troops back to Afghanistan to begin evacuations, while the Taliban sweeping across the country. U.S. officials say Kabul could fall in 30 days. So they've directed Marines back twice to go pick up more people. They're trying to get everybody out, but they're not going to. It's eventually going to get too hot, too dangerous. They won't risk the bad press of leaving a U.S. sovereign or something like that on the ground. But once it starts getting too hot for them to land, they'll be done. That'll be it. Uzbekistan, Afghan Air Force flees en masse. So the Air Force, the Afghani Air Force, hopped up in there, fucking scrambled their jets. Helos said, fuck this, we'll fly out of here. Well, that's until they got to Uzbekistan and they shot them out of the sky. So they shot down one fighter plane and forces another 46 helicopters and planes to land, carrying 600 Afghan soldiers. Uzbekistan said it shot down an Afghan fighter plane and forced the landing of 22 military planes and 24 helicopters, carrying nearly 600 Afghan troops that illegally crossed its border at the weekend when the Taliban took control of Afghanistan. The 46 Afghan aircraft carrying 585 troops were forcibly landed at Termez Airport in southern Uzbekistan on Saturday and Sunday after they had fled the Taliban, the country's state prosecutor said. One of the Afghan military planes that crossed the border was shot down by Uzbekistan's air defense system on Sunday after it illegally entered the country's airspace, the Uzbek Defense Ministry said. But the state prosecutor's office contradicted that statement and said the aircraft had collided with another aircraft with an escorting Uzbek fighter jet, causing both to crash in southern Providence. That's apparently the pilot there. Some of the pilots from the planes is a crash site from a jet that we had clearly given them and taught them how to fly. It bothers me that we gave them overwhelming firepower. Like, I'm talking like you're fighting dudes with AKs and homemade bombs, and we gave you a fucking Air Force and armor, and they still surrendered almost immediately. Sometimes even immediately, giving up before they even got there. The whole thing's a fucking joke. It's disgraceful, honestly. This is it compared to the fall of Saigon, because there's a direct quote from Dumbass in Charge that it won't be anything like Saigon. It just looks exactly like it, where there's a tower of people trying to get to a helipad. Jesus. Here are some more. This is from The Sun. It just says, escape from hell. 640 deaf Afghans packed onto U.S. cargo jet. This is from the, was it The Sun? Yeah, The Sun. Yeah, I can't tag anybody when I'm on my cell phone, man. And then that's them later. You can see falling to the ground. Could you imagine being that desperate? Which, again, they probably didn't understand. They thought that door was going to sit there and they'd hold on for as long as they fucking could. And maybe it'll be 10 minutes, maybe it'll be 2 hours, but I'll try. But how that landing gear door closes, there's nothing left for them to do. And then that's it. They could see it from the runway when it happened. They circled the pictures there. There's at least 3 confirmed, I think, but there was, unless they fell off on when they were getting up to runway speed, there were more than that on there. But they're confirming that 3 fell off. It's just, I don't know, the whole thing's crazy. Here's the plane that's packed full here. The harrowing pic shows desperate crowd cramming onto the aircraft after they ran on before the military could close the ramps on Sunday. So this is probably way more crowded than what they wanted it to be. Just not so much for weight. They can take the weight, I'm sure. But for safety, like consider a rough landing and all those skulls bouncing together. You know what I mean? Like there's no way that's safe to have that many people in there, but you got to do what you got to do. There they are sitting on the door, trying to fly out. And then clearly the doors have to close. That's just crazy. The plane, which is equipped to comfortably fit 150 soldiers or 171,000 pounds of cargo, was rushed by the terrified residents as they desperately tried to escape the war-torn country. The crew on the U.S. Air Force C-17 numbered RCH-871 made the decision to go, despite the extra passengers, on an unnamed defense official said. The U.S. has flown at least 2 C-17 cargo jets out of the capital so far, with more expected this week as it unfolds. Audio from onboard aircraft controller originally suggested there were 800 passengers, but the defense one said there were 640 when they disembarked. Yeah, the rest of them fell off. They were counting the ones on the outside. As the aircraft was preparing to take off, hundreds ran onto the plane and quickly arranged themselves on the floor. The emergence of the unbelievable image comes after A shocking video that appears to show stowaways falling to their deaths from transport aircraft taking off from Kabul. The three apparently fell hundreds of feet from C-17 transport plane as thousands of desperate Afghans try... What the... Jesus Christ, that scared the shit out of me. I didn't know what the fuck that was. Shit playing in the background. Three apparently fell as thousands of desperate Afghans try to get out of the country after the Taliban victory. The two who died are believed to be aged 16 and 17, and video posted later appeared to show residents collecting their bodies. The chaos at Kabul has already seen 7 people dead, with more clambering over walls to get in a bid to flee what they fear will be a return to the Taliban's brutal rule based on an extreme interpretation of Islam. People raced to the airport in a frantic bid to board a flight. There's a civilian side to that airport, too. It's just as crowded. But it's civilian flights and people trying to buy tickets and buy their way onto planes. In chaotic scenes echoing the fall of Saigon at the end of the Vietnam War, petrified men, women, children were filmed trying to get on aircraft as the Taliban stormed the capital. With civilian flights suspended, many turned to other U.S. Air Force aircraft trying to get out of the country while they were operating. Despite the chaos, President Joe Biden defiantly said he stands squarely behind the decision to remove U.S. troops out of Afghanistan. Harrowing video shows stowaways falling several hundred feet to their deaths after being thrown from a C-17 transport aircraft taking off at Kabul airport. Other images taken from the ground show stowaways clinging to the plane as it took off. Separate footage shows Afghans running alongside the C-17 as it prepares to take off, with around a dozen holding onto the wheelbay. Sporadic shooting was heard throughout the day, and the U.S. military said its forces had shot dead 2 armed men by the airport security fence after coming under fire. Civilian flights were suspended amid the chaos. Then the U.S. military, which controls the airport, said the military flights were halted as they reestablished security to clear from the airport. So civilian flights have been on and off. I thought mostly because of bombing runs. It looks like they're trying to use some strategic bombing runs to kind of hold back what they have and cling on to what's left till they can get as many people out as possible. But we'll see how far that ends. Some of these pictures are wild. This is the civilian side. Obviously, it's a jetliner. Look at them. They're on the roof and shit. Trying to get onto a jetway. This is a pretty crazy video with this play. Is it even a video? Oh, it's a picture. That's in my Discord, though. I can grab it out of the Discord. They had... no, I'm sorry. It's on the... what is that? Jesus. They have it... I think it's on... Yeah, it's on the Discord. There is a... crowds haul each other on the plane out of Kabul to escape. Let's see what this is.
مردم افغانستان ایال روز شب میدان عمومی
It's I mean, it's bad there. All the way around. I mean, you don't want to... Clearly, it's bad there for the citizens. I can't even comprehend, like, it's just happening so quick. That's why I didn't cover it for days of what's going on, like, as a member of the military and all the people we lost there. It's just it's fucked up. I agree we don't need to be there. I agreed when President Trump said he wanted to bring people out of there. But then when he started talking about pulling out so quick that there was going to be this type of backlash, it seems like you never get out of the Middle East clean, but there's got to be a better way to do it than this. This was literally run. And then when they started saying, okay, well, these bases are falling behind us, they said, run faster. And then Joe Biden come out. I'm gonna grab his speech, at least parts of it, maybe a highlight reel. Then Joe Biden comes out and acts like it's a fucking some type of goddamn victory or we did something right. Like I don't get it how they can turn on and off their emotion and compassion for other people. Like If this had been one immigrant that got across the border and was mistreated, they'd be like, "Oh my God, what are you doing?" And it's thousands of people literally being gunned down on a runway. They're gonna be like, well, you know, we did our best, and I don't think anybody could have done anything better. Is that it? Let's see what this is.
Carry out this departure. We have made it clear to the Taliban, if they attack our personnel or disrupt our operation, the U.S. presence will be swift and the response will be swift and forceful. We will defend our people with devastating force if necessary. I'm now the fourth.
I think that's if you have to flee in these types of conditions because you weren't expecting the Afghan military to fall as quickly as they did, I think that's a decent way to look at it. If you say, hey, we're leaving, we're taking everybody at the fucking airport with us. If you do something stupid, we'll level the whole goddamn capital. And then just see if they try it, which he doesn't have the balls. I mean, they would come up. Obama was killing 1.6 innocent people a day with drone strikes. Then they try to play like they have the upper hand.
Fourth American president to preside over war in Afghanistan. 2 Democrats and 2 Republicans. I will not pass this responsibility on to a 5th president. I will not mislead the American people by claiming that just a...
That's a good argument other than you did it in your very first fucking year. You know what I'm saying? Like, you've been in office 6 months. We couldn't have used another 6 months to come up with a better fucking plan?
A little more time in Afghanistan will make all the difference. Nor will I shrink from my share of responsibility for where we are today and how we must move forward from here. I am President of the United...
I really don't think so. Here's something you need to watch out for in the media, and I've already seen it twice. When the regular mainstream media that has their darling president and vice president starts speaking poorly about the president pretty regularly, or at least takes a few jabs at him, and when they start, I know this sounds silly, when they start using worse pictures of him. If you go back and look at what just happened with Cuomo. If you go back and look what happened with Cuomo, before these allegations and before everybody wanted to design, it was always happy-go-lucky. He was always smiling. He was always this. He was always kidding around with his brother, like in the pictures they use, and they were always talking about him positively. As soon as these allegations come out and they want him to resign, now every time they put up like a bumper picture, it's like him fucking yelling and screaming and his hair's all fucked up. I don't know. They take shots at him through the pictures they use too. But also their language around it changed. They went from giving this motherfucker an Emmy last year to like, he's been nothing but bad since blah, blah, blah. Like when you see the mainstream media start to shift their narrative, pretty often, it can't just be one piece or this or one guy on one network. When they start to shift it pretty often, and they start using really shitty pictures of Biden looking like he's confused and drooling and fucking staring off in the distance, they're getting ready to make a push for him to be gone and the vice president step up.
United States of America, and the buck stops with me.
Oh God, don't fucking goddamn. Anyways. The buck has never stopped with you, but that's a different story. It's almost like it's like a subconscious thing. Like they use the shitty pictures because it sounds silly when you say that. Like, oh, they started using worse pictures of him. Now they don't like him. But it's got to do like it's something to do with your psyche. They start using shittier pictures of them, and it makes you want to turn on them. They'll use pictures where it looks like they're mad and angry and yelling, and pictures where they don't look like they're the most dignified, and it makes you start to doubt them or think they're angry or think they're always yelling. It's weird, but I'm sure it works.
I'm deeply saddened by the facts we now face. But I do not regret my decision to end America's warfighting in Afghanistan and maintain a laser focus on our counterterrorism missions there and other parts of the world.
I don't care. I don't care if the Taliban takes over Afghanistan and the fucking 9 countries that touch it. I don't care if they're dancing on the fucking rooftops. The problem is that we're fucking scrambling out while they're already rounding up people to fucking kill them, and we're leaving people that served with us behind. I didn't say we need to save Afghanistan from the Taliban. Let them have it. Let them fucking have it. The problem is, we shouldn't be leaving those people that were interpreters. We shouldn't be those people who volunteered, those people who came out with us. We shouldn't leave those fucking people behind standing on a runway to get slaughtered.
Our mission to degrade the terrorist threat of Al-Qaeda in Afghanistan.
They can have the whole fucking place.
Was a success. Our decades-long effort to overcome centuries of history and permanently change and remake Afghanistan was not.
Like I said, even if Trump would have went through with his plan, would have been able to push it through, it still would have been bad. It was a quick leave. It was something. Maybe we gotta leapfrog our way out or something. We can't leave the way we did. We already looked so fucking weak with Biden at the helm. It's the only reason we're running all these stupid fucking exercises all over the country, and then this makes us look even worse. I don't think it looks bad that the Taliban's taking back over. I think it looks bad that we're in a fucking panic trying to get people out. They even fucking ran Russia off while we helped them. But the whole situation is pretty fucked up. I can't go real into depth, or I'm not going to talk about my time in service. I'm not going to do anything. I can't do that type of shit. I got too much stress on me and shit going on. But I did want to cover it because this is absolutely 100% none of this QAnon fucking bullshit. White hats, Trump's in charge, the Taliban's part of us now. This is all a false flag. This is all a movie. It isn't. This shit was paid for in blood and will continue to be paid for in blood. And it's the fucking media's covering it like they don't know whether it's a party or whether it's a solemn event. Joe Biden's running around acting like he don't have a fucking clue what's going on. The whole thing's fucked up. It's just a fucked up time, I guess. All right, let's check this out. I'm gonna move on. I wanna cover something that doesn't fuck with me as bad. So we're gonna try to move on and be happier. That was it. That was the solemn part. Let's get to this dude. You guys remember the guy that predicted, or he came out and said, I've been hearing from the military on the left, this and that we've got to, all our family has to do this, and the officers need to tell their family to be prepared. We need to get everything straightened out. We need to have your house in order, blah. It's coming this week. I've been predicting it. That guy's name was Roy Potter. I was warned about covering him. Somebody he had connections with fucking assassins or some shit. But fuck it. What I got to lose? Here is a video not long after he made that 2-week video. This was streamed on August the 8th, so probably about a week after he made that 2-week video, where he has a meltdown on one person doubting him in his chat. I thought it was pretty funny.
All right, everybody, I have to do another post today, another live stream. This one could also get censored pretty seriously, but I need to put it up anyway. As you know, I've been saying that a lot of things look like they're converging this week. And I got a message. Hello, everyone, as you come in. I got a message from Felicia Lockhart. Apparently, there's something running around on the interwebs saying that the sovereign republic of the United States was coming in to take power with Donald Trump as the president this week. That the emergency broadcast system, which we know is going to be tested around the 10th or 11th.
He acts, yeah. He acts like he's anti-QAnon. Like he'll call out the Q guys, but he also acts like he's got some type of secret intel source. It's really weird. Like he doesn't want to be QAnon, and he calls out the people that believe in Q, but he's got the same narrative paralleled just for him though.
Somewhere in there. They've received information that they have to show that President Trump is actually in control of the military. Now, let me give you a caveat here, okay? This is the kind of stuff that Mike Lindell, General Michael Flynn, and some others in the Q and the Q, quasi-Q movements have been pushing for some time. And I've been suspicious of it for a lot of time. Now, I do, of course, believe that Trump is behind a lot of things, and he's playing the suffering servant of Isaiah 52, 53, and that he has a lot more power in all this, that he could stand up at some point in time as the savior against all these things that are happening around the world. But in the description box below is, if you don't have Twitter, I'm sorry, I don't have any way right now of getting the original in there. But Stu Peters just did a story where the DHS is now warning local law enforcement across the country, and you can of course believe the DOD as well, that the presidential election results have spawned a conspiracy movement that is about ready to go violent. So you see how these things are converging this week? So what I'm saying is that thing that Felicia sent me is probably a provocation sent out possibly by the DHS itself or one of its surrogate, agents. And now we have the formal statement from the DHS that they expect that.
He also has I've seen videos of him when I was covering. I don't know how in depth he goes, but you guys remember when I joined that, I convinced that group that I thought Mariah was part of the CIA, and I convinced them that I was a targeted individual and I was being stalked by the federal government. And they were like, they put me in this other secret group where they were sending me all those messages and shit. I found a bunch of videos of him talking about targeted people and stalking and shit like that. So I know he's got like a sideline there somewhere.
That there's going to be this uprising this week. And you can go listen to Stu Peters. I did not listen to his whole report. I saw what he did. I saw what he was talking about. I took into account the information that Felicia Lockhart sent me, and I smell a false flag. Okay, not saying that Trump couldn't try to seize power, because he's saying, a lot of people say, including Mike Lindell, oh, he'll be back in power in August. But this is nothing more. I mean, regardless of how this happens, we're going to have a problem. Okay. Whether or not this is a false flag, whether or not it's a plan in order to help implement some other things, whether there's really a war inside the United States, and there is, I'm not giving credence to what Mike Lindell said or what this thing is. That Felicia, it's not her fault. It just came to her and she forwarded it to me. Okay, and it does have the August 10th, 11th date actually, that this emergency system test will occur, and that during that they will announce that President Trump is in control of the military. She didn't make that up. She just had it sent to her. Now I'm adding that information to the thing that Stu Peters says in the description box below to show you that these things are converging. So what they're doing is it's more destabilization. The infrastructure bill is going through Congress. They expect it to pass. It shouldn't. It's evil. It's demonic. It's another thing going down the road to take power away from the American people and impose tyranny, not just here but worldwide. So I won't go into any more depth on this. Well, come on now. Stu Peters is another agent.
Okay, that was it. The comment that he got in the chat just now was Stu Peters was another agent. Stu Peters was another agent. Let's see how he decides to treat this. It's not good. I'll give you that much.
Wide. So I won't go into any more depth on this. Well, come on now. Stu Peters is another agent. Where do you get your news? Who was that? Where do you get your news, Martin W2? CNN, NBC, Glenn Beck? How many times have I told you people that you take information and you test it, you vet it. You don't throw it away because of some stupid-ass bias or prejudice. Just because Stu Peters was a Q pusher doesn't mean that he's not a good source of information. You better start doing the right thing by this. How long have I been talking about it? And yes, I'm losing my temper with you. What the hell are you doing here? People like that are just disgustingly stupid.
Yeah, I know yesterday was the 15th. They did exactly what I said they would do. Even before the 15th, they were already prepping, saying, oh, you know, stuff happens on God's schedule, and this is God's time, and what about this over here? And it might be later on in the month, or maybe even next month. It's gonna be a big September. Like, just stupid shit.
And yeah, I'm calling you out. You get off my channel, you idiot.
That's what I want for the new donation sound. You get off my channel, you idiot. You think we can have that, chat?
Are just disgustingly stupid. And yeah, I'm calling you out. You get off my channel, you idiot. You take information where it comes from, and you balance it against the other things. For instance, the information I got from Felicia Lockhart, and I balanced it against what Stu Peters put out, and I suspect that the DHS has put out such a thing because I've seen it elsewhere. We have how many people locked up because of January 6th? You don't think that they wouldn't try to go after everybody nationally and come up with a false flag that says that the conservatives are trying to do a nationwide January 6th? You don't need Stu Peters for that.
Wouldn't that be a good donation alert?
What was his name? Martin W2? Man, you've learned nothing. Get the hell off of my...
Here's what I think people don't understand, and I've said this before. On the internet, it's a nameless, faceless person. There's going to be people come in and say fucked up shit. If it's something that you absolutely is too fucked up for you to listen to, you block them. And if you don't, you just ignore it or talk to them or joke about it and move on. The one thing you don't do is melt the fuck down. When you melt down like this, all you want to do is keep on pushing, keep on poking the bear. You've shown that that's your soft spot. That's where you're tender. That's where you can bleed, and they're gonna keep on poking. I don't understand it. Why are you all doing this?
My channel. If there's a yes, I'm angry. Throw his ass out of here. And anybody else that says something stupid like that anymore.
He even puts it. Listen to this. I lost my temper in this video. Here is the issue. If you're going to come here and comment and spit out a one-liner about someone, i.e. he or she is an agent, or some other non-fact-based or non-news-related prejudicial, biased statement, I am going to call you out. Come here to express opinion, discuss issues, present evidence, etc. But if you simply make an attack, particularly an unsubstantiated one, I will unload on you and or remove you. That was basically my theory. If a girl stayed over when I was in high school, like stayed through the night, the next morning, that was the way I handled that. Either unload on her or remove her. One of the two. Either way, she's taking a Plan B muffin with her.
Okay. Get ready. I've gotten some information from some law enforcement officers.
I just didn't know that. I had no idea that R. Lee Emery had stooped so low he would be sitting on a red pleather couch doing YouTube videos. He's the drill sergeant. Full Metal Jacket. What is this shit? He even had a show on History Channel?
No military.
He's fallen.
Secondhand from some military people, upper field grade ranks, that yes, everything that I said about the military getting ready, the conservative part of the military, is in fact going on. A lot of LEOs are starting to wake up, but there are not enough of them. This is going to go bad, everybody.
Yeah, actually, my side it might be delayed. Maybe a bunch of people just left, but mine's showing 42. That's actually pretty strong for for a Facebook one and 220 on YouTube. So we're doing pretty good.
They're going to push a false flag probably sometime. Okay, saying that this because Mike Lindell and Flynn have been talking about it, that he's going to be reinstated. It's almost like they're priming for the excuse, like Flynn going in for his interview with the FBI so that he get in trouble with the FBI and thrown out and cause all this consternation. Some big spook he turned out.
Caused all this what? Consternation. You heard me. Throw his ass out of here. Consternate him.
Excuse like Flynn going in for his interview with the FBI so that he get in trouble with the FBI and thrown out and cause all this consternation. Some big spook he turned out to be. Can't even figure out the FBI is trying to frame him. No, that was a setup for the American people, not for Flynn, as I've said. And here we go with Mike Lindell, and I don't want to diss them, but it just smells bad. Don't you see that with them talking like that, now the DHS can say that there's this conspiracy going on and that violence could erupt this week trying to reinstall President Trump.
He meant constipated, capitulated. That's how you put those together. When you're all backed up, but you still want to capitulate to Trump, that's what you constripulated. Idiot. Some spook he turned out to be.
And it would go along with the infrastructure bill on the surveillance, on the GMI, on the surveillance, and the requirements on that they're trying to force down your throat. Stop shutting off information. You vet it. You balance it out. That infuriates me. By the way, Alex Jones is on right now, and you know I don't trust Alex Jones because...
Dude, I know a lot of people still like Mike Lindell, and I told you guys, I think Mike Lindell made a valiant effort, okay? He's made the best effort so far, fine. What he showed up with hurt the narrative, hurt the way that most people are perceived. It hurt it did. The way he kept saying, I have this, irrefutable proof, you can review it, $5 million, blah, blah, blah. Oh, the guy had a stroke. I won't be showing that. We'll be pulling that money back. Okay.
Well, although I heard him the first, 15 or 20 minutes today, he finally, again, he's only done it a couple times, he did it again today, he called out both DeSantis and Trump for continually backing up the GMI. He needs to be stronger than that, but he used some of the same language that I said was a problem here. That if Trump continued down this road, and if DeSantis continues down this road, and if Alex continues to support them, they are all guilty of genocide, mass murder. And Alex actually said that today. So he says that he's not going to be a party to it. Well, let's see if he continues to call Trump and DeSantis out on all this.
Thank you, Q idiot. I got you.
I have a family function I'm going to.
I gotta go. I've been constipulated all day, and it finally broke loose.
I would take the time and come on here and warn you that a false flag could be in the works that might include you, Mike W2. And instead, you want to sit on here.
Wait. What did he just say?
And warn you that a false flag could be in the works that might include you, Mike W2. And instead, you want to sit on here and just be an ass. Everybody, I told you that we'd have to start watching ourselves right away. Fauci's saying that the procedure is going to be okayed for everybody, and that then it's going to be, pushed everywhere. Well, it already is, and it's going to get worse. They even came out today, just like I said earlier today, they're going to come after your federal pensions if you don't get it done, including your Social Security. Mike W2, I suggest you get your ass off the chair and your eyes open and you start getting information from any place you can get it.
Get it, Mike W2.
That's all I got. Just be aware, they're setting up for a false flag. Who knows what the hell they're going to do, okay? Shortages on the shelves in the stores. The supply chains are breaking down. And now they're going to say that if you question the election, or if you question the lockdowns, or if you question the medical procedure or whatever, that you're a domestic terrorist, just like Biden put out in his executive directive 2 or 3 months ago, just like he said. So Mike W2, unstop your ears, unblock your eyes, and get off your lazy ass and start doing some real research. All right? I got to go.
Do you think he already blocked Mike W1? So he's all right. He's fun to watch. At least he's entertaining. The only reason I kind of found this is somebody sent me a clip that said, were these people feuding? And someone was asking a different show we cover, have you seen what Ray Potter said about you? And they said no. And they said, well, go watch this video. But they weren't in. I mean, they didn't say anything in it. So I don't know where that came from. But I ended up watching it. And he had his little meltdown. I thought it was funny. Where's the one we just watched? I think it was called What Is This? Did I pass over? Hold on, let me refresh. Trucks, ration, fuel, psychological, economic warfare. He looks so much different without his hat on. It's like he gets younger and also creepier. Liberty Council walkout. This is more serious than people are willing to admit. Let's try this one. I wanted to see if he actually called out another channel, because I know a lot of the QAnon grifters that we typically cover, they're not big fans of him. Anytime his name comes up, they're like, oh, that guy, and talk negatively about him. So,
Wow, that glare there is really bad, isn't it? Let me see if I can cut.
Yeah, bad glare.
No, I can't.
His hair's a wig.
It's not going to work. All right, man, I've been doing. I'll just tell you. Despite all of the information that I have spread around, the professional information,
hold on just a second. We've got a special presentation, guys. Wait just a second. Let's go over here. And let's do this. What are you talking about? We'll do something like, hold on just a second, guys. I'm discussing with someone off screen. That looks like you. Look at that head. Don't it? All right, guys. We got a special presentation. Let me turn off some of these filters. Turn off this noise gate, buddy. And let me turn off this one. Or turn it down. That's a little better. You should be able to set that off. Let me lower the mic. All right, here we go, guys. I'm going to start recording. Give me just a second. Mm-hmm.
Hello, everybody. Hello. So, you might be wondering why we put on a picture of Dream. That's because I'm doing my face reveal now because I got my glasses. And I am going to do a fun presentation of me showing off my glasses. Okay, so here we go. And turn off the... Okay, so you might be wondering why I'm wearing the octopus. And this is why. This is what I look like. This is confirmed. I am not a robot. This is me. I have my glasses now. I hope you like them. Yeah, they're good. What I noticed is I kind of look like Clark Kent, like Superman, like Clark Kent. So yeah, no, the smoke, it's fucking, yeah. Cool, I can see you now. Yes. And I got a little tired of those glasses. They were just like fake filters and stuff. But yeah. And I by the way, as soon as before I got my glasses, I was planning how to reveal it, and I decided to put the octopus over my head and then say, and here's my glasses. And that's what I was gonna do. And yeah, that's what I did. And I really like my glasses. They're like circle glasses. And also, when we were looking up images for it, we put in on Google face reveal, and it was just all pictures of Dream. Like, it was like nothing else, just pictures of Dream. Yeah, that was funny. Cool glasses. Is your girlfriend named Lewis? I don't have a girlfriend, and if I did, Lois.
Clark Kent, Lois Lane.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Someone said Purple Nurple. Yes, he's back on the show. Yeah. But yeah, Purple Nurple will eventually get glasses. I also have other glasses that are like square glasses instead of like the circle ones. That's the only one who likes the circle glasses better, but I like the circle glasses like way better.
Get a close-up?
Yeah. Yeah, people are asking for a close-up. So here's the close-up of me with my glasses. Well, I looked at the light and you can see like infinite rings on top of my glasses. Yeah, the reason I got glasses, this might be obvious because I play video games for a living and I talk about them. So that might be.
You couldn't see. It has nothing to do with video games.
Yeah.
Tell me how good you can see once you finally got them.
Yeah, I like freaked out in the glasses store because I looked at the word signs and I can like see. Oh, also, if you ask what I look like without my glasses,
they've seen you without your glasses.
I look like that. But yeah, I look like this with my glasses. And I'll mostly be wearing them because I don't like not wearing them, because I notice this sounds weird, but when I look through the window with my glasses, it's like, oh, I can see outside. But then when I look at without it, I can see more clearly the scratches on the windows. So that's weird because I can see it, and I notice that it feels like I can't the imperfections. Liam, I can't read without glasses. Yeah. I cannot read without my glasses. No, I can read, but it's just a little blurry and fuzzy, and I don't like it. Yeah. And this morning, I forgot 3 times that I had my glasses on while using the VR headset. So I was like, oh, there goes my glasses. And then I put them down. We also got a special case that's a video game controller. I thought I should have brought it, but I forgot. But yeah, it's like a video game controller. It's like a shape of my glasses, but a little bigger. And it's cool. I like it. So this is really fun. I hope you guys like my face, so I can finally show it to you guys like that. And so yeah, I'll see you next time. I'll be doing that Halo video. Bye. I'll see you next time. I hope you like my glasses.
I clicked the wrong thing. Alright, here we go. Okay, guys, let me get the noise gates back on. We'll get back into it. Give me just a second. Turn this one back up. Liam was really excited. I forgot he didn't get to show him. He was really excited to show him last time. I forgot about him, to be honest with you. But now he got to show him. He likes them. He did the same thing I remember doing when I was in middle school when I first got glasses. And I remember the first thing we did was, like, I freaked out. I didn't realize, like, I live in, like, Tennessee, so there's mountains everywhere, right? I didn't realize that I didn't know anybody could see trees on the mountains. Like, I thought everybody just saw, like, a green blob. And I freaked out. My dad took me to get glasses, and we actually ended up, my mom and dad took me to get glasses, and then my dad took me by himself back to go get contacts later on, like towards the end of middle school. And when I got my contacts, they said they fitted me for them. They did all the tests. They did their thing or whatever. And then they said, okay, all he's got to do is put them in. And then once he puts them in, we check and make sure they fit or whatever. Good to go. You can leave. And we had already been there, like, waiting in line and sitting there all day. And Dad was like, all right, fine, I'll be in the car. It took me over 4 hours to get them in the first time. Like, I would stick it to my eye. I would push it on my eye. I would look around and do all the things they were telling me, and it'd fall out. And they would not let me leave until I had it in successfully. And it was my dad wasn't too happy, but it's what it is. It's hard to put in contacts the first time. You don't know. They actually cut a groove, like a little groove in the front of your eye, and that's what they ride in after that. But when you first put them in, they're just kind of floating around all over the place. You look too quick one direction, they'll fall out. But yeah, it's pretty wild. But yeah, I thought like the mountains in the distance, everybody just saw green because that's all I saw. And like when I sat in the back of the class, I just thought everybody else couldn't see the whiteboard either. So I just wouldn't look. I just looked down. I didn't know. Fuck, I was a dumb little kid.
Background information, the history, copies of white paper quotes from the powers that be, etc., etc. I have very close family members, ex-family members, friends who have gone and succumbed to the present procedure. Some of those I'm not really all that surprised about. I don't know how well you can hear me. I'm doing this out near a busy area.
Not very well.
I'll tell you what really surprises me.
He's not as interesting when he doesn't melt down. I like the meltdowns.
Some of these people were adamantly against what I'm going to call, read between the lines, the forced miscarriage procedures. Very much against that. As a matter of fact, we're involved in organizations politically active in opposing the forced miscarriage procedure and all of its evil. Again, I'm speaking between the lines here. This one probably won't stay up if they figure out what I'm saying. So those same people that even accused friends of mine who had not really been involved in the forced miscarriage procedures, but had been around that type of thing and found fault with them.
What is he claiming?
Fingers at them and said that they were evil and all that, despite knowing what's in this GMI, this as Monty calls it, the roll up your sleeve, or knowing what's in it, these forced miscarriage parts, have put aside their principles that they said they stood for and went and got this thing. Surrendered to peer pressure, other family members who are, and friends, the news media, whatever, succumbing to the political pressure, the threats that you won't be able to get your government check if you don't do this. And yet they were so against the forced miscarriage program to the point that they went out and politically on the street.
Does anybody know what he's talking about?
Demonstrated against it.
Dude, I want to get LASIK so bad. Like, if I could afford it, I would. Because I don't know, I don't ever take my contacts out. I'm always nervous. Like, I even fixate and worry that, like, I'm always worried that something's going to happen. Like, I'm always on guard and nervous and panicky, and I don't know, PTSD stuff, but I'm always worried that I'm going to have a failure in my contacts when something does fucking happen. I would love to have LASIK because they said it lasts about, 30 years or something. You'll have decent sight. 25, you'll probably have almost perfect sight, and 20, you will have perfect sight. So before your eyes just wear out. And hell, I'm 30 something now. That'd take me all the way to the 60s with almost near perfect sight. I'd love to have it done.
I'm just flabbergasted. Hi, Mrs. Cat. I saw Eliza G too. I cannot believe the propaganda and the pressure that's coming from governments and corporations and institutions to push for this entire program. Now, on top of that, as I've said, we have nobody standing up for us. As of right now, I read a thing from Isaiah last night, Isaiah 1, in the live stream I did last night, about how bad the society was that Isaiah was addressing, and that we are worse than that now. Ladies and gentlemen, what the United States and the Western democracies, so-called, are doing right now, and have been doing, I don't mean just the...
I'm almost sure that's pure rumor, like saying checks are stopping if you don't go take the vax. Like I've not heard anybody say that except for theorists.
Procedure. I mean their entire decadent, disgusting, evil society. We've passed where the German Weimar Republic was in the 1930s. We're past that. And I'm seeing more and more those who are supportive and demand subservience and submission to the GMI procedure, both in news media, governments, and even private institutions. And today, several, I was going to put them up as in my description box so you could see them, calling for the mass murder execution of those of us who will not submit. Digging trenches like the Germans did in World War II, or at least are saying that they did. I'm sure they did. And this also happened in China and other places, the Soviet Union. Line us up along the trenches, put a bullet in our head, and just mass bury all those of us who stand for our individual freedom. Ladies and gentlemen, do not take this lightly. This is how it starts.
Oh, yeah. I wore them when I was in the military. I used to get eye infections all the time. Bad eye infections. Bad.
Dividing us along racial lines, political lines, sex lines.
I got an eye infection so bad one time, and like a cyst that came up in my eye and ruptured, and the pieces of the contact that mated with my eye and shit. They gave me, I don't know if this is true. It might have been a scare tactic, but the guy seemed pretty honest. The optometrist who saw me, I was like, look, dude, like, I got to get my fucking vision back. I got to get my contacts back. I don't wear glasses. I don't do well. It makes me panicky. Like, I don't like using glasses. And he said that he prescribed me some steroid drops for my eye. And he said that it had to be immediate. And that if I forget what was going on at the time, if I didn't have stuff going on, he would rather have me go into surgery and have the stuff scraped off and fixed back right. But these steroid drops, you could use them for up to a week. But they were so strong that they could only be prescribed like 2 or 3 times in your life because your eyes get your eyes get like used to the steroid in them. And it raises the pressure in your like eye, like your eye's filled with fluid. It raises the pressure in your eye, strengthens the muscles, and like puts them in overdrive. And I don't know if that part's true. But it definitely was steroids. Like I felt like I had Zoom for a little bit. Like when I went to like really concentrate on something, I could feel my eyes tightening up. It's like they had the roid rage. Shit was crazy. I could feel them. Like it wasn't normal. It wasn't normal focusing. It wasn't. There's something crazy about it. But the weird thing is your eyes and eyelids went numb when you first put them in, and you'd have to wait a little bit. Then after that, man, they were fucking wild. I'd like to have some of those for recreational use.
All of those, and now they've come up with the one that's actually going to do it over a procedure. Anybody who says this isn't the mark of the beast system is really not looking at this thing the way it is.
Oh my God. Why is everything's the mark of the beast?
There are those now openly calling for not just keeping you from getting your food, kicking you out of your house, taking your kids away, not letting you participate in society.
I worked with a guy where we had palm readers to clock in, and he had to have a special time card. He's the only person in the whole company that wouldn't slide his palm into a palm reader to clock in because he thought it was the mark of the beast.
Just like what happened in Nazi Germany. It's purported to have happened in Nazi Germany. But now it's happening.
He's Sasha's dad, father figure.
Where they're calling for your extermination.
I'm kind of waiting for Joel to say something in chat so I can ignore it. I haven't seen it yet.
If they get it, then why do they care? Well, because it's not about that.
Memphis in a day.
And we're going down that road, and we're not very far away from this thing actually happening. There is no, in World War II, again, I understand the history. I don't want to get into the nitty-gritty and the nuts and bolts and the problems involved in the history. I'm just telling you up front what we saw, right? Germany did this, whether or not they were justified or not in going against the other nations and all that. I don't want to get into that. That's another discussion. But out front, we saw that if there hadn't been a United States and an England to stand against Nazi Germany, their program would have gone into effect. And in fact, it has over the last 60 years. The Nazi program and the authoritarian program has taken over all of our governments. Who is going to come and rescue us? There is no other nation that could come and rescue us from our own evil governments. They're all taken over. All of them. The whole world is the German Weimar Republic of 1930s right now. The whole world. The whole world is Stalinist Russia. The whole world is Maoist China. The whole world is Pol Pot's Cambodia. The whole world is Idi Amin's Uganda. And now they're openly saying that they'll do things that will cause you to lose your life either by not getting the supplies you need to live.
I mean, if it's the mark of the beast and the Bible's supposed to be literally accurate, like people believe it is literally accurate, then why would it say, upon the hand of the forehead, and the mark was his name or the number of his name on the hand of the forehead?
Live, or to openly execute you and dump your body in a trench with thousands of others. This is serious. And this kind of talk, people are saying, oh, that can't happen. That's not serious. It's just people using propaganda, just talking. That's how it starts. The division first between those who have it and those who don't. And then finally, those who have it, with government backing, start to take action and actually committing the crimes against humanity. It's happening. We don't have to wait for it for 7 years. It's happening now.
I don't think I personally believe that if there's a mark of the beast and if it's coming like the Bible says it's coming, that it won't be an accidental thing. It won't be like, oh, I took that and it was the mark of the beast. I had no idea. Because the Bible even says it's closely tied to the worship of the beast. I think it'll be, hey, now you're part of this, and we want you to take our mark. I don't think they'll slip it in and fucking. I don't think it would be given under false pretenses like that, because I don't think you could be held accountable. Some people just fucking would panic or be confused and take it, and then what? They're fucked because they didn't understand. I don't think so.
And it's going to get worse. So I just had to come on and say these two things. One, these family members and friends of mine who were so against the forced miscarriage procedure.
That's what I'm saying, Chef Kim. So if that's true, it doesn't seem like it's that would be like a fair and just God to sneak it in on you. I mean, imagine you're a 95-year-old lady who has, who's worshiped God her whole life, done everything right, repented, been saved, baptized, checked all the boxes, and then at the end of her life, she wants to see her grandkids one more time. They tell her that she's going to die if she doesn't take this, and then she takes it, and they're like, "Oh, sorry, you're going to hell. We tricked you. It's the mark of the beast."
Have now willingly, knowing what's in this thing, gone and taken it, and there are those out there who literally want to kill you. The evidence is there. It's no longer speculation. It's no longer...
Hey, Mariah, bring me some batteries when you get a chance.
Discussion. The evidence is there. You've got to open your minds and see it. They're going to kill you. They want to kill you.
because I was under the impression, like, I don't think I read this, but I was just under the impression that there'll be martyrs who stand up and say, no, I'm not taking it, it's the mark of the beast, and that, you know, they get slaughtered. And then the other people take it knowing that they're taking on the mark of the beast. Some of them knowing fully what it means, and some of them just accepting that they're going to worship this new thing and take its mark.
They want to.
I mean, if it was that easy, then I would have just been like, okay, cell phones are the mark of the beast. Got you all. Everybody's done for. You never thought about it, did you?
Destroy the
it's in your hand. Sometimes when you're watching it in the bed and fall asleep, it hits you in the forehead, hand to forehead. I can put any number or any name on it I want. That's right. Gotcha.
And kill everyone that doesn't bow down, and of course, eventually kill those too. It's there. This thing will probably get thrown off of YouTube. If it does, sayonara. It's been nice knowing you all, but I can't let this go by without calling out those of my friends and family.
Every video he makes says it's going to get thrown off YouTube. It never does.
Who did this horrible thing and submitted to this tyranny.
I think that's right too, K. Phelps. You have to denounce Christ to receive the mark.
That they got out and demonstrated against for years and even wrote papers on. This is unbelievable. We're on our own, ladies and gentlemen. Again, pray for deliverance, pray for a city of refuge, a place of refuge. And you, even if nobody else does, you stand for righteousness, treating your fellow man as you want to be treated.
I believe that wholeheartedly. If you believe the Antichrist narrative and what the Bible talks about, now I'm not big religious, I'm just talking about this and for what everybody, I'm not preaching to you or nothing. But if you believe what the Bible says about the Antichrist and how well he's accepted and how he's going to get peace in the Middle East. It's a false peace, but it only lasts 7 years. And the stuff that he does and everybody, you're much more likely to find that Antichrist in Trump than you are in Biden. A shit ton of people hate Biden. He's not fooling anybody. Nobody thinks he's a fucking savior. But if Biden follows the QAnon plan and fucks everything up and plays the movie and blah, 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 and then Trump comes back in, that'd be the perfect setup. If the whole world starts, saying this is it, this is our guy, it'd be the perfect setup for the traditional Antichrist role.
And piety, loving God.
I'm not saying he is. I'm just saying that fits more accurately with what the Bible says about the Antichrist.
And try your best to emulate those. Righteousness and piety.
I hear you, Mark.
That's our only hope.
How do you do it, Joel?
In Americans totally now.
Asshole.
We're either going to divide up, as I've said, in a balkanization of this country, which is going to turn into an awful damn war between those different factions, or the whole thing's going down. Okay, I just had to spill my guts. I am so disgusted, thoroughly disgusted this morning. I worry about the innocent ones who are standing up for the right things and how these evil ones want to murder them because they won't bow down to their procedures under some pretense that they're a danger to their health. Bullshit. Okay. I got to go do some things.
I'm not saying the whole world supports Trump now. I'm saying like if basically what the QAnon thing is that that this is a movie, right? It's fake. And Biden's going to fuck up so bad that the whole world will be begging Trump to come back. Everybody will see. That's the reason we're going through this. That's the reason people are dying and suffering and going through all these lockdowns and this and losing their homes and houses is so they can see how fucked up this guy is, so they'll love Trump when he comes back. Because if what they say is if he didn't go through this, then half the people would have hated him. But now that we're going through all this bullshit, everybody's going to love him when he comes back. Of course, I think it's utter bullshit, but I'm just saying that's what they claim.
Y'all take care.
A little spicy. Hold on just a second. There's a video I want to pull up that I watched earlier. I'm floating around and watching videos tonight. I was all stressed out about different things today, and then trying to cover the Afghanistan thing. So I've got some videos I want to cover. I've got a couple of new channels I wanted to check out here, and a couple stuff I already watched. That I want to pull up, and some stuff I haven't watched. Here's one of them I've already watched. Let me grab it right quick. Make sure I'm signed into the right account. All right, so this is on the... This is a claim. You know, you guys know Jesse, the Dark Mother, Lord of Evil Darkness and Dark Things. She is... this is one of her clips channels. And it's called CW number 7, Frazzle Drip, HRC's signature killing, plus staying sane and funny story about switching salt and sugar. It's a very the title itself is a roller coaster. CW7 means absolutely nothing to me. Frazzle Drip, which is supposedly the nefarious video that no one can find, and the few still frames from it are all debunked bullshit. HRC's signature killing move, how she finishes them in Mortal Kombat. Staying sane, so keep healthy. And then a funny story about when you switch salt and sugar.
Out in some of the shows that...
Just an up and down roller coaster, man.
You know, some people have asked about the specific video that is out about her. And the things that I've shared about that is, you know, when I saw that...
Right. If you comment one more time in the chat and your ass isn't fucking hustling back here with some batteries like I've asked 3 times, it's going to be hell to pay.
Each of these individuals have what we call...
Sounds like solid advice.
Killing. So there's a way that they prefer or usually like to kill.
Yeah, but no, I don't think there's anybody on the level that the Antichrist that has that type of support yet. I don't think it's Fauci just because the left likes him. I don't think it's Biden just because some people like him. I don't think it's Kamala because people like her. Because it's going to be a huge amount of people. They're going to think he's God. The Jewish people will claim that he's the Messiah come back because they're still waiting on the Messiah. It's going to be a huge worldwide event that everybody likes him. I think it would be like what QAnon says is going to happen. I don't believe this is going to happen. What they say is going to happen. Like with Donald Trump where they say Biden's going to fuck up everything so bad people will be begging for Trump to come back, and that's when he'll announce that he's actually is coming back, and it's a big gotcha. I don't know. Trump already did the peace deal in the Middle East, and everybody just let it go. He did the peace where God said there would never be peace till the Antichrist, then it was a false peace. It'll only last 7 years. If that treaty breaks in 7 years, they start killing each other again. The few that they signed with Saudi Arabia and stuff, somebody's got to point at him then, right?
And they will get into a habit of usually using that way that they prefer almost all the time. So, you know, when I saw that video, I could confirm that was one of her signature kills. That was the way she did like to do that. You know, and I was eyewitness to that. So, you know, there's no
Are we talking that Frazzle Drip?
Yeah.
All right, so she just slowly mentioned the Frazzle Drip. This other lady is very hard to understand. She's got some kind of very strange accent.
You said
3.5 years. I'm sorry. I guess I was thinking about all the other 7 seals, 7 trumpets. I don't know. 3.5 years.
One of the ways she chose to kill, sacrifice.
Yeah, that was her preferred method. So
her preferred method to kill. Here we go. Listen.
Habit of usually using that way that they prefer almost all the time.
So what they're talking about, without getting too specific, like I get kicked off YouTube specific, is in that video, supposedly. Now, all these people claim they've seen this video. Is circulated several years after it was supposedly made. It circulated, stories about it circulated. They claim that it was on the dark web. They claim it was here. They claim it was there. They claim you could find it if you went to the right place. I've seen what are supposedly screenshots from it. A lot of them have been debunked because there's some of them that are not as graphic as what they're supposed to be. One of them is like a person in a mask, and they're claiming it's Uma Abedin. It's like a half-face mask. That's been debunked. That was actually a picture from a movie. There's like all of the pictures that have come out have been debunked, and they found them other places, or you can't even tell what's going on. Or there was one that is actually a child that was an old crime scene photo of a kid that was actually killed by a dog. It's a pretty shitty photo, but they claim it's a still frame from a movie. But what they say they do is they have the younger person there, and they wear her face as a mask, basically, and that's her preferred way. That's her favorite kill, supposedly, is what Jesse's saying here.
So, when I
Rusky.
saw that video, I could confirm that was one of her signature kills. That was the way she did like to do that. And I was eyewitness to that. So, there's no.
Are we talking? Sorry, are we talking that frazzle drip?
Yeah.
You say that was one of the ways she chose to kill, sacrifice.
That was her preferred method.
So I know people are going to say I've seen it, and I know what you've seen. You haven't seen it. There were screenshots from what were supposed to be the original film. Those are all debunked, and they don't even go together. They're not the same film together. And then less than 6 months after that, there were 3 separate fake attempts at making it and putting it on the internet. One person got busted trying to make something uploaded on the internet.
So it didn't mean that she only uses that, but that the majority of the time, things are very similar for her in that. So, yeah. It's pretty.
Oh, hey, Mark. I wasn't trying to run you over here to like you're not watching the show. Somebody mentioned your name in chat, and we were wondering how you had been, man. If you were doing all right.
Graphic and bad, but I was thinking the other day how interesting it is. I try to. The reason I share some of the good memories that I have with these people is because I want others to understand, really what the kids are going through. When you're in that world, whether you're an expendable or a hierarchy child, you get both the good and the bad side of these people. So they do things like normal, good people that really will endear them to your heart, where you think, oh, this is, kind of my friend, or, this is my aunt, my uncle, my cousin,
To be fair, you might have come in here. I miss a bunch of the chat. And people are always saying I ignore them, like Joel, but he's just needy. You might have been in here recently. I just when someone said your name, I thought, you know what? I haven't seen that. Better check on him.
Family, and you do things like a normal family, and then you've got the moments where it's like, well, this is the family secrets, and you don't break the family secrets. This is our group. If they're family friends, they're included as family. So close family friends. The same rules apply.
Sorry, I didn't see those last 2 messages right before Cindy's.
Even these people, as they're adults, you got to remember this was how they were brought up as children. Where they saw the good, the very good, and they saw the very bad at the same time. And
the fake videos were very vague, very grainy, hard to tell anything. All of it, every bit of it could have been faked easily, and they come at a perfect time when people wanted to believe it. They wanted to feel a narrative. They wanted to shove that in there, and people wanted to believe it. The same with the whole rest of the theory. People want to believe it. We have people literally going to Real Raw News, a site that it itself has defended itself in court as being a satire website. It comes out and says, we're satire. None of these stories are true. And they're using that as true sources. Even some more reputable names, like talking about the shit about the Marine Commandant refusing to have his soldiers get medicine against the Cove. That's a lie from Real Raw News, and people are like, oh, I don't care. It's still true. They've come out as a satire site themselves.
This is how I partly keep my sanity.
I don't know. They used to have a. I'm almost positive. A few years ago, they used to have a page if you went to their about section that said they were all satire. I don't know. Somebody told me they took that down, and I haven't looked yet. I need to look that up.
Both the good and the bad. We did have. I've talked about how me and my training partner were mischievous, and I guess it's about time. I'm sure this will cause some havoc once I share this story. But, one of our ways that we couldn't do things directly against people. So if we were mad or upset or, wanted to get even, there was, we couldn't just, go and attack one of these high priests or priestesses.
Hey, Beer Man, chug it. Uh-oh. I just finished them. Thank you. 3 6-packs. Appreciate it. I don't typically chug, but I will get another one for you. Thank you for the donation. Uh-oh, where'd I put the mouse? Damn it, that one foamed over. Thank you for that.
We're not allowed to, kill them or cause any harm to them. So we'd have to be really creative and think of, what will make their life a living hell. And
I left that video yesterday, real quick. I left that video yesterday kind of an open question. I can't definitively say who came up with that theory and who didn't. And somebody in the comments said, well, if it was Jeff B or if it was Phil, does it really matter? It doesn't in the fact that, okay, they're both giving out this intel, but it does in the fact that they are both claiming that they have original intel that they both thought of, that they both put out there for the first time, and everything about them relies on their credibility. If they're giving you information that no one else has, or that no one else can think of, or that nobody else can come up with, or no one else puts together, it relies on their credibility. And if they're not going to come out and say, hey, I saw this on another channel, I thought it was pretty good, or hey, I heard part of this here, but here's what I think's really happening, something. But to pretend like they're both original thoughts, someone's at fault there. And I wish somebody would answer me. I don't know.
We couldn't do things directly against people. So if we were mad or upset or, wanted to get even, there was, we couldn't just, go and attack one of these high priests or priestesses. We were not allowed to, kill them or cause any harm to them. So we'd have to be really creative and think of, what will make their life a living hell. And, with Satan and his ritual.
Oh, so Real Raw News kind of half-assed this. They say information, it's got a disclaimer, and it says information on this website is for informational and educational and entertainment purposes. And then in bold, it says, this website contains humor, parody, and satire. And then the bold text ends and it says, we have included this disclaimer for our protection on the advice of legal counsel. So yes, it does say the website's satire, but they're saying that they're only doing that so they can't be sued by the deep state, kind of wink, wink, nudge, nudge kind of deal. Bullshit.
Be creative and think of, what will make their life a living hell. And, with Satan and his rituals, if these things were not performed precisely and perfectly, the people who were overseeing those rituals, Satan and his demons would literally beat them up. And I mean, it's really, I sometimes laugh about it because if you saw it, it looks really funny. And, I don't know if it was just that I could see the whole thing because I could see in the spirit world, but if you couldn't see in the spirit world, I'm sure it looked, really hilarious because you'd have this person being thrown against a wall or jacked up against a wall and, you wouldn't see the other part, the spirit holding them up there. But, so we found that was usually the best way to kind of even the playing field.
What is she talking about? A spirit holding? I'm sorry, I missed it. Let me back up a little bit.
One of our ways that we couldn't do things directly against people. So if we were mad or upset or, wanted to get even, there was, we couldn't just, go and attack one of these high priests or priestesses. We were not allowed to, kill them or cause any harm to them. So we'd have to be really creative and think of, what will make their life a living hell. And, with Satan and his rituals, if these things were not performed precisely and perfectly, the people who were overseeing those rituals, Satan and his demons would literally beat them up. And I mean, it's really.
So if they were mad at someone and they weren't allowed to take out their anger and aggression and all that stuff on them, if they were mad at them, instead of attacking them, they would purposefully misdo a satanic ritual so the demons and Satan would beat up their enemy. And I heard her say it earlier. We're going to go back and listen to that one more time. But I heard her say it earlier. She's like, if a spirit is choking you up against the wall, you can't see the spirit. Are you shitting me?
Brought up as children, where they saw the good, the very good, and they saw the very bad at the same time. And, this is how I partly keep my sanity, is thinking through, both the good and the bad. We did have, I've talked about how me and my training partner were mischievous, and, I guess it's about time. I'm sure this will cause some havoc once I share this story, but, one of our ways that we couldn't.
Not only so someone just asked the question, she can see in the spirit world. She claims that she was from a bloodline and that she was brought up because she was part of this bloodline to be the dark mother, the dark satanic mother of the world. And she was being trained to replace the current one, and then she escaped and become good and started spreading her story.
Do things directly against people. So if we were mad or upset or, wanted to get even, there was, we couldn't just, go and attack one of these high priests or priestesses. We were not allowed to, kill them or cause any harm to them. So we'd have to be really creative and think of, what will make their life a living hell. And, with Satan and his rituals, if these things were not performed precisely and perfectly, the people who were overseeing those rituals, Satan and his demons would literally beat them up, and I mean, it's really, I sometimes laugh about it because if you saw it, it looks really funny. And, I don't know if it was just that I could see the whole thing because I could see in the spirit world, but if you couldn't see in the spirit world, I'm sure it looked, really hilarious because you'd have this person being thrown against a wall or jacked up against a wall, and, you wouldn't see the other part, the spirit holding them up there. But, so we found that was usually the best way to kind of even the playing field with these high level people.
Jesus.
And so, I talked a little bit about the mischievous stuff we did, at the church with the Tang and stuff like that. Well, with Hillary, so this is now it's a national secret that I'm revealing here. But my partner came up with the idea that, the salt and sugar look almost exactly alike. And we knew that, my proctor and people in my household were not cooking our meals. Okay. So we were watching, there would always be food in the fridge. There would always be meals prepared every day, but I knew she was with me all the time. And I never saw her cook. There may be a crock pot set up and later she would go add the cordial brandy, for her special pot roast. But I knew she had not done, got the crock pot ready. So we used to sit at night at the window, or we'd sneak down the stairs and watch the door, and we'd be trying to figure out where's the food coming from? Who's bringing it? We knew somebody was, but we couldn't ever, we never caught this person. And but we also knew this person was not really good at inventory. So we had figured that out. And so, the one night we were able to.
So this random invisible spirit man who brings your groceries and cooks your food is bad at inventory? That's what you're saying to me?
He was not really good at inventory. So we had figured that out. And so, the one night we were able to switch the salt.
Dude, she's got a lot of videos, and I can't catch up on all of them, but this Clips channel I think is going to help a lot.
And the sugar in their containers. So the sugar was now in the salt container and vice versa, right? And so anyway, that day, was the book club was coming, and my proctor would always make a special dessert for everybody who was going to be there. And, they just sit and talk and eat the dessert. And, they were in a position where they couldn't deny the dessert if it was offered to them. They had to sit there and eat. And sometimes they, if they weren't in a good place with the proctor, they were kind of on fishy ground because they never knew if she was going to poison or do something awful to them. Right. So it kind of was a very strategic.
So if they
move on our part. So anyway, that day, the dessert was strawberry shortcake. So if you can imagine strawberry shortcake made with salt. I would give all the money in the world to be able to have a picture of HRC's face. And now remind
of Hillary Clinton's face, who came to meet her proctor, the person that was training her to be the dark mother goddess Satan Lord of Earth, who accidentally made the dessert with salt instead of sugar, and she was afraid that she had been poisoned for not following the rules.
they have to keep posture. Okay. So they have to eat this whole thing without letting my proctor know that there's anything wrong with it. Like, they have to play the game. Like, even if she poisoned it, they have to play the game like everything's great and wonderful, and they have to tell her how good it is. And so you've got this whole table of individuals all eating this, and I am just delighting in watching them. And the best part, my poor partner, he wasn't able to be there, so I had to relive the story and tell him all about it. But I had a younger relative that was about 5 years older than me, and she ended up taking the punishment for that. Like, they thought she had done it, and so to this day they still don't know that it was us. But I did recommend to my federal sources, I was like, well, if you want to make Hillary talk, with everybody else, if you just get a random old lady, because they don't all know the identity of the mother of darkness, just get any random old lady in her 80s and have her bring a piece of pie and put it in front of them. Okay. And I'm like, they're all going to talk.
Oh, it's a bluff. Just get an old lady and have her come sit down with any of the members of the satanic cabal and set down a piece of pie. And they won't know if they're being poisoned or rewarded or what. I got it. Your imagination kind of runs wild, huh?
But I was like, if you do that with Hillary, she's going to sit there and laugh, okay? Because she knows that the mother's not going to poison her, right? But I said, you want to make her talk, you put some strawberry shortcake in front of her, and she's going to be like, oh, shoot, So I was like, she'll remember.
Wow. Interesting.
I don't know if you guys know this, but if you ever get behind on the stream, or if you think you might be behind, you can just click, there's a button that says live. It's got a little dot and says live. If it's not red, if you click it, it'll turn red and it'll bring you up to date with everybody else.
So that's interesting. And Bull, where's he when all this is going down? Bull seems to be very much in the background, doesn't he?
Yeah. Oh, who did you say was in the background?
Bill Clinton.
Oh, no, he was.
She says Bull Clinton. That does not sound like Bill, does it? Is that just me, or listen?
Oh, I was like, she'll remember.
Wow, interesting. So, that's interesting. And Bull, where's he when all this is going down? Bull seems to be very much in the background, doesn't he?
Yeah. Oh, who did you say was in the background?
Bill Clinton.
Oh no, he was there.
Bull Clinton. She gets the Clinton right, but she can't get the Bill right. Bull.
There for that too. Yeah. So.
He also had to compare his posture.
Yeah, they all had to keep their posture for that. So it was great.
Wonderful.
Yeah. So
is there any truth to the rumor that John Brennan is
Actually, yeah, Discernment Files. I was going to grab some of those patches for a skit, but I can't afford them. Like, I was even going to buy them from Doug. You know how much fucking donations I've got talking about Doug and fucking off and stuff. I was even going to buy them from Doug and buy a set of patches. There's no way I'm paying $200 for a box of patches. Mystery Miracle Snake Oil patches.
A sex change, basically born a girl and morphed into a man.
From my experience, no, I do not believe that is the case.
Okay.
So
I've heard a few rumblings around that, and I thought since you might put that out there for you. And just our lovely Tom Hanks, what can you tell us about him? There's so much going on around him as well.
You don't mean Tim Hanks or Bull Clinton?
Yeah, I was not usually in a circle with him, so there's not much that I can say. I know, people brought out a lot about his pedophilia. I know one of the main survivors, Sarah Ashcroft, who also was a victim of Hillary. She's named
propaganda of, oh no.
I know HRC had a really big circle because of her political views and, well, not views, but because of the political position they were calling her into. She did have to, go for, really build a vast network of relationships for support. So, it doesn't surprise me that there was stuff, I think, with, that went on between Hanks and her, and that they were in some of the same ritual circles. That's what I've heard. But that's about all I really know.
Nah, that was just a clip, right? There's this whole clip channel though. There's no way I could ever watch all of her videos, but I think it will be fun to go back to this clip channel and watch some, because whoever's clipped it has clipped some of the, I don't know if it's hers or somebody, clipping for her, but they've clipped some of the interesting stuff. Group of Marines, massive operation to break up trafficking networks. Let's check this one out.
Celebrities are not involved that you know of. If we think about people in the political arena and maybe famous movie stars, from what we're hearing, you pretty much need to be involved to get to the top. But are there those that aren't involved in this that you know
of? There are. There's a lot of good people. Some names I just can't say either way. But there's a lot of good men and women, especially in the Marine hierarchy. From my understanding, it was a group of a very small group of Marine men who, really.
Yeah, we got the because we had to one up them. We got the X40 Meat Hammer Miracle patches, also made by scientists / owners / philanthropists / genius / quantum expert. They're the Meat Hammer Miracle patches X40. They're instead of being $189 for a box, they're $188, but you get one more X. So one less dollar, one more X. That's our slogan.
Base, or what would you call it? The backbone of this huge military operation that is going on right now to rescue kids and to bring down the reign of the Luciferians. These men were the ones who came up with the plan and got Trump, to play his part in that.
I don't think it's I don't think Charlie Ward's wife. Charlie Ward's wife on his website is looks like this. Dr. CharlieWard.com. Is that what it is? Oh God. There used to be a picture of him and his wife right here. About me, maybe. That's his wife. His wife and wedding. I was trying to find maybe a close-up of her. Or at least somewhere where you can see her closer than 20 foot away. She might be one of those 10-footers. Looks good from 10 foot or more, but start getting up close. Need a little different observation. God, the music just sucks so bad. Mute it. There should be a close-up right here because I saw her getting her dress on. Hold on. Let's see. Is this her? Yeah, but she don't have her dress on. Oh, it's probably going to be a big reveal when she comes down the aisle, isn't it? We've never had a wedding video because Mariah didn't want to marry me in public. There she is. Yeah, I mean, she could be Turkish or Khazarian, just judging by the shape of her nose. One of the two. All right, let's grab this. Let's talk about the Marines right quick. Oh, this is another thing I wanted to grab. Original video. Who is this with? It was with Connecting with Jesse. Today I have more questions for Jesse that include blah blah blah. What's the name of the host? Jesse's interview. Join Jesse on Patreon. Links to Jesse. If you'd like to support us on Patreon, follow Aquarius Rising Africa. Hosted by Chantel Mayberg and Mornay Ventor. Whatever those are. All right, here we go.
And, so to those men, hats off. They really have given their hearts to not just to our country, but to children worldwide. At the base of it, we're talking hearts that these people know the evil and will go to all extent to stop it. And you've got a lot of individuals who have joined them in that fight. I would encourage people to watch the anti-trafficking summit that went out, I think it was February or March this year. What's neat if you watch that whole summit is that anytime Trump does, like I just call them panels, but he'll do these different summits and meetings, and he'll have these table panels where sometimes he brings in citizens, other times he brings in people in the government. And if you really sit down and listen, like he's showing you all the people who are working in this movement to stop trafficking. So in that summit video, they start off with a panel that talks about, what's happening with trafficking at the federal level and what they're doing to combat it. Then they go to another panel where, it's state level people, and they talk about how they're working, within the state government, not only to make legislation.
Oh no, Brad said he slashed general admission at 125. They got to be struggling for ticket sales. They don't, so if at those type of events where they're like, I don't want to say small. I mean, there's more people than I can draw, but smaller-ish. They always want to give the impression that they're almost out of tickets, and they always want to keep the full price. And then what they'll do right before the event starts is say, look, we're not sure, but there might be some tickets. There might be some tickets floating around at the door. If you want to try that, you're more than welcome, blah, 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 right? And then what they'll do is if people show up that don't have tickets, they'll give them away at the door to make the recording and the video and shit look better. But if they're already slashing tickets to half price before the event, that's bad. That usually means they're just barely or not even covering their costs.
But some of those states people talk about particularly what their states are doing.
Or they might just be terrible at ticket sales. Who knows?
The trafficking issue.
Nothing ceases to amaze me.
They go to the third panel, which this was where, it really broke my heart to hear these people.
Mail order bride.
Because, not in a bad way, but in a good way, because as a child where, I grew up where our entire communities were involved in this stuff, it was just so neat to hear, individuals coming forward who were recognizing, hey, this is happening right in the home. This could be happening in your neighbor's home. It could be happening with their grandkids or the kids that they're babysitting. And to have somebody actually vocalize and recognize that, or that it's happening in the school systems, that's probably.
Yes, the creepiest, strangest, and a lot of times people that actually have charges stemming from the abuse of are the ones that all want to save the children.
The best way to really get to know who's all involved in this to combat the trafficking and who's working against the Luciferians.
What the fuck was that?
I don't know if every single person on the team, I don't believe they've all been named yet, but I think that these panels have specifically been done because Trump is showing us everybody who is involved in this movement to stop it.
Amazing.
Yeah, so most people don't know, he's appointed an individual. Her name is, I can never say her last name right, but it's Bella Hunaki, I think, or Hunaki. Beautiful lady, but she, herself went through trafficking. And this year at that summit, Trump named her as, I think it was the president for the anti-trafficking committee. And so what was really neat about that is that she directly will be interfacing with some of the different embassies and the different governmental organizations. And what that move did was she comes with a whole committee who are all individuals who have been trafficked. So now as people, one of the problems is people have been trying to tell their stories is that, they get to the DOJ or they get to an embassy and nobody believes them, and they get turned back out on the street, which then, their handlers find out they've been, snarking and will just, do away with them.
Snarking? That's not the term. I think it's just narking.
The street, which then, their handlers find out they've been, snarking and will just.
Snarking? You mean like snarky narking? Like they told on somebody, but they did it real passive aggressively. Snarky assholes.
Do away with them out on the street, which then, their handlers find out they've been, snarking and will just, do away with them. But what happens now is that you've got this committee of people who know and are aware. And the first thing is that they believe, and then they're able to help and say, okay, who's trafficking you? Where have you been? And that gives them also then connections. They're able to build, cases around areas and figure out where the trafficking trails are really operating out of. So
that's right. You guys haven't ever heard the saying, snarkers get barkers? Yeah, that's when you sick your dogs on them. Snarkers get barkers. Let those people walk away.
It really put, I don't call them survivors. I call them overcomers because, they have gone through healing and
See, Mark.
They really are in a position.
Have a good night's sleep.
Power now, where they're going after those who are the perpetrators. And, it was a huge
snark attack
for anybody who grew up in this world, to get to a place now where we have safe people we can talk to.
Wow, that's amazing. And a great victory for the kids. Gosh.
Exactly, yes.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Sometimes I wonder how these people can sit here and just fucking straight lie like that. You know what I mean? Like with a straight face, look you directly in the fucking mouth and just lie. And then not break a smile, and for fucking years, videos, months and years, weeks, and about big shit too. I've got a pretty good poker face, but I'm not going out here and yelling about shit like this and saving this, and these people didn't die because of me, and I was basically Vice Satan, okay? Like, I have president, vice president. We had Satan and Vice Satan, and that was my job. That's what I was being raised for. It went pretty good. You never know. Never know what's gonna happen. A world full of Vice Satans. Let's get some usurpations in, and then we'll check out some new channels, and then we'll pitch it over to Tony's going live after I am for a special show he's going to do on Monday called Mob Mondays. Let's grab this one first, though. I don't want to miss the intro here. Scott, play the intro. Usurpations. But. Yeah, play the fucking intro, dude. I mean, look like a dumbass here. But.
We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal.
Mafia Mondays. Did I say Mob Mondays? Mafia Mondays.
That they are endowed by the Creator with certain unalienable rights. That among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from consent of the governed. That whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it, and to institute new government.
It gives me an erection too, Dancing Warrior.
And organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. Prudence indeed will dictate that governments long established should not be changed for light and transient causes.
Sounds like the door speakers on the first car you ever owned.
Mankind are more disposed to suffer while evils are sufferable than to right themselves by abolishing the forms to which they are accustomed.
But
when a long train of abuses and usurpations evinces a design to reduce them under absolute despotism, it is their right, it is their duty to throw off such government and to provide new guards for their future security. The world is waking up, and this is the tipping point.
Ladies and gentlemen, Scott McKay here. Patriot Street Fighter 24 is the YouTube channel that we are now.
24, dude.
Patriot Street Fighter 23 I thought was completely nuked and wiped out. Actually, it wasn't. They just...
Wait. You thought it was nuked and wiped out? Nuked and wiped out? I've only ever heard either or. I've never even heard an and in those words.
that we are now running off of Patriot Street Fighter 23, I thought was completely nuked and wiped out. Actually, it wasn't. They just simply put me back in jail again. Yet, once again, Susan Wojcicki, CEO of YouTube, here I am again. I'm worse than you guys. I'll be here long after you're gone in Guantanamo Bay or wherever the hell you're going to be. But once again, we're back. Patriots are winning. And we got a great show for you folks tonight. Of course, you know, we got one of my favorite people on here, and I'm going to cover a couple of things very quickly and jump right into some great intel that's coming out both ways, actually. And all of you know who Mike Adams, Patriot, or yes, Health Ranger is. And
oh God, yes.
Brighteon.com. Really cool news coming. I forget the exact date, Mike will tell us, but at the end of August here.
Really cool news, homie. I'm just one of the fellow youths. Radical.
Brighteon is going to live stream capability, which means Patriot Street Fighter will
Jesus Christ, everybody's live streaming now, huh?
So we're always going to be able to keep this machine moving. So it'll be Patriot Street Fighter Brighteon channel. That's going to be real exciting coming up.
Oh God.
Anyways,
of course it will be.
A couple things. You folks know that we have this, market leading, I would certainly say science leading collagen product that we did launch as the first product of the Patriot Street Fighter wellness line, and that is a collagen product. I know the people out there are very happy with it. One of the things we'll talk to Mike about as well is the price point on that, because I'm getting from people like, how can this be this inexpensive when some of these products, collagen products that are not of the level of science that comes from Health Ranger and their laboratories and all the efficacy verification.
You know, for the longest time, I actually thought that Mike Adams, the Health Ranger, used to actually be a ranger. Like, that's why I thought that he had named his shit that. Like, he was a former ranger, got out, worked a job, whatever, developed some supplements, and became the Health Ranger. Nope. None of that's true. I don't know why I had made that up in my own head.
They get from their own on-site.
Somebody fact-checked me.
How we can sell at such a below, in fact, I think it's even below cost competitive pricing. But the idea is we like to make it available to everybody, because we do have to fortify the nation's health to, you know, mentally or even emotionally fight this war that we're in. So we'll talk about that. Anything that you need to learn about what we're doing here on this battlefield with what our operation is, you can get anything Patriot Street Fighter at scottmckay.us. That's scottmckay.us. You can connect with the platform, or I should say the website where you can access collagen. I think we might be actually sold out, Mike.
I need some collagen.
I don't think I see it available on the site right now, and you guys are making another run of that stuff.
You got any corset filler? Like the, you know, the clothing that you melt and pour yourself into, so you look like you have a figure of some sort rather than just a blob of silly putty?
If you want to get to the silver and gold, those guys over, Dr. Kirk.
Holy fuck. What are we winning? What are we winning? What the fuck? Patriots are talking. What the fuck are we winning? People are losing everything. They're losing their fucking jobs, their homes, their cars, everything they've worked for. Their kids are fucking going to school, and you see what they're wearing. We're losing our fucking friends around us. I lost fucking losing people to not only take it at their own hand, but also what's going on in the world. We just got chased out of fucking Afghanistan with our goddamn tail between our legs. What kind of contest in hell did we win? Because this trophy is fucking utterly disgusting. The fuck out of here.
Elliott, get a consult with them. There's a reason why I tell you to look into that for asset preservation. You can check that out. Anything you can get to at scottmckay.us. So we're live streaming tonight on Patriot Street Fighter 24 on YouTube. We will pull this down. The others don't get down fast enough. They hit me with strikes.
They hit me. They hit me hard from behind. They had me bite down on a piece of leather, the same one they used to spank me with. And they come back and hit me from behind, and I just grip my teeth and moan gently. What?
90,000 people that are subscribed to Rumble, so it'll get there. And then, of course, we let all the other people grab these shows and pump them out, so we get the exposure we need. Get them up on Brighteon as well as BitChute, fastest way to Rumble tonight. And then it'll get Brighteon, BitChute by tomorrow so we can get broad.
Wait, did somebody say did he say, I didn't hear him, did he say he wears a bulletproof vest? I know he says all the time that he's got everything tucked away and strapped down underneath his t-shirt to where he still looks like he's in shape. And it looks like he's wearing one of those Kevlar like stab vests, but I think he's wearing like some form-fitting, shaping clothing underneath.
Distribution there. Anyways, let's say hello to one of my favorite guests. I think this guy is really one of the first people that helped kick our operation into high gear when he grabbed the nuclear video we did last November. And I felt like I walked under Niagara Falls after you did that, Mike. So
the nuclear video.
Crazy, a lot of fun, man. It's always great to have you.
Well, it's awesome to join you, Scott. It's been a long time coming. Thanks for having me on. I'm honored. And by the way, your collagen peptides are in stock currently at psfhealth.com. And our team is monitoring your inventory levels and making sure you've got some. There is another production run that's about to happen. And to help answer one of your
questions, nursing bra, in case he needs to get one out in a hurry.
We purchase a very large volume for both your brand and my brand at the same time. And so we're able to get it at extreme discounts. And for a lot of these providers that are providing food and raw materials to us that we lab test meticulously, we have existing contracts.
The Health and Freedom. I remember that. Never mind. You're right.
Yeah, so we're still getting old prices.
I was thinking about Scott.
We're just passing along the savings to the customers. So that's how we do it.
Yeah, I remember him saying that.
Talk about having a real competitive advantage. But then again, those of you who don't have made a connection with Health Ranger products, it's where my cupboard is absolutely stacked.
I actually haven't, Crazy Corman. I got all the ingredients in but one, and I guess after I ordered it, it went on back order. And at first they told me they were still going to send it, and then they told me that they were that they couldn't get it. So I got to find one of the ingredients somewhere else. I can't remember which one, but I've got everything to mix it but one.
Shelves just completely stacked in stock with products. Because I've been there myself. I've seen the laboratories, the lab testing equipment, and that operation is truly, I was blown away. And because obviously when it comes to, Mike, in the world of nutrition science and in the space of health products, I've been telling people since the days I stepped off the competitive bodybuilding stage and all the years thereafter in the wellness world, telling people, look, if you're buying products at these stores, I don't care if it's GNC, there's about $100+ billion a year of nutrition products that are going right down the toilet. Because
yeah, it's all going down the toilet. All the studies show that most people, if they're just eating a normal human diet, don't even benefit enough from a multivitamin. Now, if you eat like a shitty diet, or you're always on the run, or you're not eating as often as you should, or you're not getting enough to eat, blah, 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 yeah, you might benefit from multivitamin. But almost everything you put in your body, and the reason I think the FDA, other than big money, has kind of chosen to drag its feet, headed into like the supplemental market, is because most of it you piss right out. Most of it you piss right out.
Because if these things are not bioavailable,
I'm watching it on 1.2 speed.
If they're synthetic, if your body doesn't know what to do with them, it just eliminates anything like that, toxins or whatever, the same way. So if you're going to invest money in your health, you got to go somewhere that you trust. And I have a couple of companies that I've dealt with over the years, very narrow parameters. I have. And one of them is honesty and integrity. And I've got companies in the past I actually did personal business with that were flat out lying. I just need an answer. And if it's not an honest answer, then I move on. So I can probably name maybe 3 companies, maybe 4 tops, but certainly, and Mike knows, you all know, I don't blow sunshine on anybody. It's either what it is or it's not.
Hey, Bear Man, just letting you know I'm still here. Who's that? Thank you for that mystery, man. No, thank you, Joel. I appreciate it.
But I can tell you that I have my confidence not only is 100% in Health Ranger Science, it's the fact that I'm excited because I actually get the honor of being able to do business with them and be able to put my name on a product that keeps my name bulletproof. So,
well, and Scott, since you toured the facility, and
I don't know if the water-based, oil-based, whatever. All I know is I've read study after study after study after study that the vitamin market, almost from top to bottom, is a huge fucking grift, and it makes complete sense that they would get into this. It's fucking useless. It's unregulated. It's like the Wild West. Anybody can make any fucking claim they want to. It'll increase your testosterone so much your dick will unzip its own pants and just slap it on the bottle and send it out there like it's a huge fucking money grab, and most people don't benefit from any of it.
I've got just to give people a preview of what's coming up, I've got some new intel today about vaccines in the military, so I know we're going to get to that. But just to answer your question, since you toured our facility, you're one of the very few people that's ever actually seen the whole operation. You saw the rooms, the manufacturing.
How'd you like my basement? How'd you like my basement, Scott? You've seen the whole basement operation?
Some of the lab equipment and so on, but we've added a 5,000 square foot
Yeah, but they're manufacturing the proof. It's nobody's going back and checking these studies. Nobody is. It's the fucking Wild West.
Facility with new equipment that we have custom built for us for encapsulation and vacuum packing and everything, and a 17 or 18,000 square foot facility for picking, packing, and order fulfillment on top of the 50,000 square feet that we already had before. So when next time you come visit, we'll give you a new tour of the expanded operation. And frankly, we can't keep up with the demand because everybody wants preparedness food. And I just want to tell people, if they want to buy any of our products, if they go through your website first, then you will get credit for it. So we have an affiliate arrangement. So folks, if you want to support Scott McKay and Patriot Street Fighter, just go through psfhealth.com. And even if you buy something that's a Health Ranger brand, still Scott McKay gets funding for that, and you can help support the entire Patriot Street Fighter operation. So I want to thank your customers and viewers for that.
And that's a big deal, folks. I mean, that's a really big deal for me. In that, as you know, we do run a pretty expensive attack machine here, and unfortunately, I'm in a position where now that I've got these security costs and they're extensive, and if I have to go anywhere, like I'll be in Michigan this.
A new study suggests that over 90% of all vitamins on the market are absolutely useless. That's one of the headline articles. Food and Drug Administration, which is tasked for keeping dangerous pills and powders off store shelves, lacks the power to regulate any of the $37 billion vitamin and supplemental industry. As a result, tainted supplements send thousands of people to the emergency room every year. Delivered his first baby, told him to take a newborn away from its mother. The baby, a healthy girl, had mocha pink skin and a powerful set of lungs, was being quarantined. In the middle of the pregnancy, her mother had come down with tuberculosis. She contracted the contagious lung infection in her teens. Then the illness came back despite preventative antibiotics and regular screenings. The cause, a popular herbal supplement called St. John's wort, gave her tuberculosis. And the trouble is, most people don't consider it a medication because you don't need a prescription for it. And so she didn't tell us. So St. John's wort is one of the most popular herbal supplements sold in the United States. But in 2000, National Institutes of Health published a study showing that St. John's wort could severely curb the effectiveness of several important pharmaceutical drugs, including antibiotics, birth control, antiretrovirals for infections like HIV by speeding up the breakdown. You can overdose on natural supplements. The FDA defines supplements as products intended to add further nutritional value to supplement the diet. They aren't as regulated as drugs. Only when a supplement is shown to cause significant harm is it ever pulled out as unsafe. Half of the adult participants in the study, blah, blah, blah. I wonder what reign they do have over the business. There's nothing legal about supplements that contains things that aren't on the label. Public health experts recommend that people stay away from any supplements altogether. Consumers should expect nothing from supplements because we don't have any clear evidence that they're even beneficial, and they should be leery that they could be putting themselves at risk. A professor of behavior sciences at Harvard said that. Whether it's on the bottle or not, there can be ingredients in there that can do harm. Ads for supplements. Supplements do not come with explicit instructions on how much to take, only a suggested dose or potential drug interactions. 23,005 emergency room visits a year are linked directly to taking of supplements. Between 2000 and 2012, the annual rate of negative reactions to supplements, or exposures as they are known in scientific parlance, rose from 3.5 to 9.3 cases per 100,000 people, a 166% increase. Over that period, 34 people died. 6 deaths resulted from the banned supplement ephedra, and 3 people died from the homeopathic remedies. 1 person died after using Yohimbe, an herbal supplement used for weight loss and erectile dysfunction. Oh, that's horny goat weed. With supplements, you don't know what you're dealing with. He knew many people who took a daily multivitamin and tried herbal formulations now and again when they were feeling tired or unwell, and always withheld judgment. but he remembers the moment he became wary of supplements when the pregnant woman that his team was monitoring began coughing up phlegm. She had just been an incredibly cooperative patient, super engaged, and always showing up for her visits. Oh, this is the same woman we started the story with. Tuberculosis. She had been taking an herbal remedy for the feelings of depression. Well, she should have gave that to the doctors. That's not really the supplement's fault. Supplements can even vary pill to pill. There's no sorts of regulation that makes sure each pill is as strong as the former pill. Oh. I'm clearly reading a web page. I don't know. Why am I so effing tired? I don't know. It doesn't. I don't think anything in the supplement industry looks good. It doesn't look like their claims are ever backed up. They're only backed up by what the bare minimum. They're not pulled from the market unless they can cause some type of extreme danger to people. It's nothing like when you're talking about like a pharmaceutical drug.
This weekend at that event, just for 2 days, just so you folks know they're going there. Just understand that I will be there. Friday. I'll be coming in Friday. I don't speak till Saturday, I think 12:15 p.m. I'm coming, actually, not really coming all this way and spending, 10 grand to do it because I need to speak for 15 minutes. I'm doing it because I need to be there to see you people. I'm coming to see you because I know I missed a lot of you in Michigan on a Michigan tour and the surrounding area. So I'm simply coming so I can see you people. And it's costly because I got to transport multiple people, myself and multiple people, and all the expenses that come with that. So just the fact that you do business with Mike, of course, through our site, psfhealth.com, and that revenue that comes as a thanks from Mike, believe me, every dollar helps, for these expenses. And I'm always honored by all the things that you people did, donating and make that tour happen and the business we're doing. But, I believe in this operation on recovering the health of the country for the people that have these, what should I say? I don't want to say intellectual reductions from the food industry, but it's 100% biological, physical, intellectual, emotional. There's deficiencies in humanity now at this point, and it's all by design. My people don't understand how a lot of these people aren't smart, but they're very clever on how they're working on to take down humanity. I know that sounds like a big broad blanket of truth, but it is true. They've been working for a very, very long time to take us out, to help us take out ourselves with the kind of nutritional biochemistry or lack thereof they put out there. So being healthy is critical. And I know, can you tell us a little bit before we move on, what exactly the collagen does for your body?
Well, just understand that, I'm limited by the regulatory environment right now. And under Biden, both the FTC and the FDA are going insane, cracking down on even CBD. There was a recent decision where CBD is basically being taken off the market in food and supplements, except for one company, GW Pharmaceuticals, that's essentially being granted a monopoly. So I have to be really careful what I say. I would just tell people, look up the benefits of collagen. Collagen is...
So Washington State, the entire state is doing that? Only state in the U.S. doing that? You lose your job in the entire state? Is that what you're saying, Huntsman?
Essential component for hair, skin, and nails, and tendons, and joints, and the things that make up your body, and that people naturally produce less collagen as they age. So supplementary collagen may provide a dietary source of additional collagen that may help support, shall we say, the normal healthy functioning of the human body. And I think that's all that we're allowed to say. People can look things up for themselves and make their own decisions. What we specialize in is sourcing incredibly tasty and lab verified. So Scott, we do more than anybody in this industry to test. We test for glyphosate, we test for heavy metals, we test for microbiology, and also we source really very good tasting collagen. So you can blend it into a smoothie and there's no crazy, fishy type of taste added to your smoothie. So I drink a smoothie every day. I've got my smoothie jar right here, my avocado, turmeric, banana, flaxseed smoothie. I've been doing it every day for like 20 years. And I put collagen in it. The same collagen that's your product, that's your branded product. That's the same collagen that I drink every single day. And I still get people coming up to me and they find out that I'm in my 50s and they just can't believe it. They're just like, how can you be in your 50s, and you still look and you can think and you can talk like you're much, much younger than a 50-year-old person that they've seen. Well, that's because that other 50-year-old person is like living on junk foods and inflammatory foods and toxins and pharmaceuticals and everything. Of course, that's going to age you. You focus on good nutrition and clean foods and superfoods, the body will last a lot longer. That's part of what this is all about. So I hope that explanation helps.
100%. I do like how you have to be very careful how you navigate that terrain, because the simple fact is they are looking for any way.
A simple fact always is. That's his favorite go-to. Folks, the simple fact is, I'm going to collude this next statement to the point where no one could really understand it, make heads or tails of it, or it makes any fucking sense.
Watch legislation back in the 90s and 2000s, how they would pass legislation to neutralize the ability of natural products companies to continue to distribute. That's why even if you and I know, and we have clinical proof laboratory proof, double-blind placebo studies, the gold standard, peer-reviewed information from the highest level of science, and it can do things in your body, affect change in a way that's beneficial, even more so to the degree that can happen with big pharma's products. You're not allowed to get that out. They'll come in and take you down. They're fully owned. The FDA is fully owned subsidiary of Big Pharma.
No, check this out. Here's the catch-22. This is what the FDA says, that any dietary or nutritional product that does not do anything, that does not work, that does not treat or prevent any disease or affliction or whatever, well, that's legal to have as long as it doesn't work and you don't claim it works. Now, anything that does work, they say that's a drug. And then you have to go through the drug approval process. Even with something like just say vitamin C, if you were to claim that, oh, you have a bottle of vitamin C and it prevents scurvy, which is a disease of vitamin D deficiency. But if you were marketing a bottle of vitamin D and say this prevents scurvy, the FDA would come after you and say, well, you've turned the vitamin C into a drug now with your claim. And since it hasn't gone through the drug.
Yeah, and it would have to prove up to that. It had to be part of that.
I've known people, I've interviewed people who have been put on the Interpol list and labeled an international drug dealer when the drug they're referring to was a natural herb. That's what they do.
Easy now. So you could make that same claim about international people running, I know a lot of people think pot should be legalized, but it's still illegal a lot of places. You could be running fucking cargo ships full of fucking pot or some shit, or it's a natural herb, but you could still have a drug from it. No?
Bring people down.
Isn't ephedra technically a natural herb? Can't you derive it from a natural herb?
By painting them as drug criminals.
Or is ephedra made in a lab?
In this case, the person I know was selling anti-cancer herbs from South America. And they were arrested by the State Department that kidnapped them in South America and flew them back to the U.S. and put them in prison. That's what they'll do. So just for people to know, that's why we don't make claims.
Quite honestly, if the world walked around, and had access to that concoction you drag around with you everywhere, I've seen you come to big events with them. People are like, what is Mike having that big plastic tumbler? I'm like, it's his food, man.
Yeah.
That's why he looks like he does. And
have you guys seen Patriot Street Fighter's new sippy cup?
And these things would bring down Big Pharma. They're going to fight to the death to make sure that you can't take the solutions from God's pharmacy, which is nature, which is the earth, which is what you're made of to repair the machine. I'd like to say they're not going to let it happen, but there's going to come a point where they'll have no choice, and that they're already losing their grip. And what America's going to see right now with the full court press that they're putting on and not treating people properly for this mysterious mystery virus that nobody's ever actually isolated.
Not even allowing a person to do testing. If you don't submit, you can't work.
Oh, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I got to add this. One of the benefits of the fall of the cabal is going to be the fall of Big Pharma and the FDA and the ending of the medical tyranny that we've lived under since 1906 when the FDA was created. Let me tell you this, and all your viewers, God wanted medicine to be free. That's why he has it grow like a weed. The CBDs, the cannabinoids in hemp can replace at least 40, maybe 50 prescription drugs, and Big Pharma knows that. And look, once we take this system down,
I did see that.
I'm telling you, Scott, and I don't sell CBD, so I can tell you the truth about this because I don't have any regulations and I don't sell it. There are things like CBD. There are things out there.
And he's like, it doesn't even spill when I get in the truck. It used to spill around, and now I can knock it over or whatever. Yeah, so can my child in his car seat. That's right. That's why it's a sippy cup.
I know can defeat cancer, can defeat diabetes, can defeat Alzheimer's, can defeat all kinds of serious conditions, and by the way, viral pandemics on top of that as well. And these molecules exist in nature, and they can be grown and harvested and acquired for virtually free, which is why the FDA and the FTC outlaws them right now. But guess what? They're not going to last much longer because the system's coming down.
Are they CBD is obviously being sold all over the place now. Is there a reason why you in particular don't? Is it just not an extension you need for your line?
Well, the FDA has made a decision that CBD in food or supplements is illegal. And this is a fairly recent decision. They're going to go after. They sent out warning letters. We monitor their warning letters. They've sent out a lot of warning letters so far, and there's more coming. And a lot of these companies that sell those products,
sound like me.
I literally had a little gnat fly around me. It was crazy. But a lot of these companies are going to get shut down, or they're going to have to stop selling.
Oh, I see the news now. It says it's all state employees or anybody who works in private health care or long-term care.
CBD, and the way the FDA operates is they send you a warning letter, and if you then take down your product, then they back off. If you don't take it down, they have you arrested for contempt, and they'll throw you in prison for not obeying the FDA order, which is completely unconstitutional to begin with. So that's how they roll their tyranny and control the industry.
Well, I can tell you, and we'll get into this. I met a gentleman when I was in Gettysburg. Alan and Francine Fostick had a great event there, Patriots Arise Freedom event, and went in there to speak. And I had a chance to meet and spend some time with Madison Marquette. We're going to have her on the show. She's the one who has exposed Franklin Graham, Greg Lowry, TD.
Did he just say he's going to have Mad Max Maddie?
Jakes and Rick Warren as people who she had come in contact with who have trafficked her, which is stunning. And two of these people have now stepped down, resigned, or whatever. And I told Mike earlier, there's also two of these had lost their firstborn son. I know Rick Warren in the books that he has written and the people that I know.
How shitty is it to not only go after someone based only on the word of someone that no credible agency would ever talk to? Like, the only people talking to fucking Madison are YouTubers and grifters and fucking bitch shooters or whatever you call them. How shitty is it to go after those people, not only do that and try to ruin their lives, but also hit them up because they lost their firstborn child? Oh, good deal, Rusky.
Who've read a lot of his books over the last 20 years, and the story is out about that. And that's what the Satanic Order does. Now, am I saying that they are that? Now, I'm obviously telling you what is out there. You can do your own due diligence, but all these things just mysteriously happen when somebody comes out and exposes them. So, anyways, that when I met Madison there, I also met, I can't think of his first name, last name is Presley. He's another gentleman who was one of the speakers there. Anyway, she just sent this to me today, and let me find out. She asked me if, bear with me for a second. She had let me know when Mike talks about this medical tyranny. She asked me if I met him when I was in fact, I'm going to show you a picture of him. Asked me if I met him. He's on the left with Trump, and it appears it's probably too bright for you to see. See if this actually helps. I don't have his picture on my computer. Otherwise, you know what? I'd screen share. But anyways, so I met this gentleman, great guy. And what's happening is this: he's in a hospital, COVID. Here's how they're treating him. They refuse to give him the meds. We know HCQ, ivermectin will wipe this thing out. What they do is how they killed a lot of people in the beginning was they put him on a ventilator. The problem is there's a cytokine storm going on. The body's trying to do its thing. You stick that ventilator in these people, they're dying. They're dying by the tens of thousands they already have. They're covering it up. And so now with him, they're trying to kill him. There's
almost skip ahead some
action. We're learning about the graphene oxide that they have put in this thing that, folks, when you hit it with any type of microwave weapon.
Oh, how did we get so serious we turned the hat around? What the fuck happened? And did we make an announcement beforehand? Or we just slipped it right in there. Wasn't even going to tell nobody? The fuck? Oh, there we go. There's forward. There's backwards. Here we go.
It's a bioweapon attack. And now, because of very survival depends on the success of it, they now are out in the open showing you. Because the intelligence said to us many times, sometimes you can't tell people the truth. You must show them. And fact of the matter, a lot of people are saying, Mike, to me, why they doing this?
Oh, shit. Did you see him swap his hair back? That literally didn't exist. Hold on. Watch this. Get a quick swap.
Intelligence said to us many times, sometimes you can't tell people the truth. You must show them. And fact of the matter, a lot of people are saying, Mike, to me, why they do.
What are you whopping? Skin cells? Who was that?
Because the intelligence said to us many times, sometimes you can't tell people the truth. You must show them. And fact of the matter, a lot of people are saying, Mike, to me, why they do.
That's the old cap flip. You got to be careful there. You get a cap flip, you never know what comes next. Whew. Whew. What are you wiping, dude? That you got some of that thick sweat, that hair sweat that Rudy Giuliani had dripping off his face and his forehead and everything else. Whew. They ain't no follicles.
Why are they doing this? Why are they gonna let a lot of people die and all that? Look.
CW flip.
What is Trump doing? What's the military doing? My question always is to you people, what are you doing? What has Mike been doing for decades? What have I been doing for decades? Trying to wake you people up. What's it gonna take? What is it gonna take?
That's what I'm saying, dude. When there's nothing on, like I fucked myself. Like I killed my own hair follicles or damaged them or something. Like, cause I had full head of hair, went to shaving, and I couldn't grow it back. But when there's nothing there on top, why not just slick that motherfucker back? I mean, what are you saving? You don't even have sideburns or nothing, dude. Like what do you have? All you have is these two little patches that sit under your hat most of the time anyways. At least if you shaved it all slick, you wouldn't be so nervous about wearing a hat anytime you're on film.
It's going to take a pile of bodies. So even the vaxxed, they're going to blame it on all us unvaxxed, but even the vaxxed people are finding and say, what in the hell is happening? We did everything you told us, yet our family's dying everywhere. You know what? If you want to bitch and whine, that's what it's going to take. How do I know? That's what you've proven to us. I saw these people wearing masks today. It's insanity. What is it going to take? What's it going to take? It's going to take something like this.
I sent you a message on Telegram, Huntsman. Just whenever you feel like it, whenever you get back to me, I'd appreciate it.
Mike,
you covered a lot of ground here. There's a Pandora's box here. I don't know if you want me to just jump in or whatever. Just cue me when you want me to respond to something. But you've opened up a lot from there.
Take it from there, man.
Okay. I interviewed Rainer Fulmich yesterday. He's the attorney in Germany, and his group is doing these investigations. And he told me specifically, yes, he believes there are going to be crimes against humanity trials like a Nuremberg 2.0. Now, just as you mentioned, Scott, a lot of these doctors and nurses and also so-called journalists and CDC officials and so on.
Are they allowing any exemptions? I'm going to go check out the law. I don't know enough about it. I'm sorry.
FDA officials who've been paid off and big pharma liars. There's going to be a day when they start furiously deleting all of their tweets and all of their social media profiles because they know they're going to be prosecuted for crimes against humanity. That day is coming. But here's the kicker. We're only going to be able to prosecute those who are still living because they are killing themselves by taking the vaccine. We're about to see a mass fatalities across the medical system. And it's going to happen this winter. So you're going to see an acceleration of deaths of doctors and nurses, really starting in about late October, around Halloween, and then Thanksgiving and Christmas. But it'll really take off in January, February, and March of next year, because that's when people's vitamin D stores have completely been depleted. Remember that the spike protein side effects and deaths that you're seeing now are occurring in the presence of high vitamin D, because in North America, we're in a high vitamin D summertime mode right now. Imagine, Scott, what happens when the vitamin D runs out and people are given a third booster shot, which Fauci is now pushing. And this third booster shot contains another dose of spike protein bioweapons. And then you get hit with a wild type circulating coronaviral strain, common flu or a common cold, that then causes the hyperinflammation reaction, which is the antibody dependent enhancement that we now know. We've seen the mechanisms in the science journals of exactly how that works. In fact, the vaccines being injected into people right now are designed knowingly to provoke antibody dependent enhancement. And what
Hey, I don't know how you're playing your cards, but I was just reading the new requirement, and it does say the new requirement includes well-defined exemptions to this. Individuals with legitimate medical reasons and a proven track record of or sincerely held religious beliefs or reasons will be exempt.
What that means, for those of you listening and watching, if you have family members, friends,
you might play the. I would play the religion one if it meant. I don't know. That's up to you, I guess.
Nightmare of their suffering as their bodies.
I didn't mean I would play it. I meant that I would come out as and finally tell all my coworkers how religious I actually am. I've been hiding from it for years.
Eat themselves from the inside. Because a hyperinflammatory reaction is your body sort of eating itself. The cardiovascular system is going to eat itself alive. The neurological system is going to be eaten by the prion-like protein regions in the spike protein bioweapon. Technically, it's called spongiform encephalopathy.
I don't matter. I'd start wearing a fucking yarmulke and a goddamn burqa, and I'd have all of them together. I'd be swinging the damn what's the shit that they like the potpourri that they use in the Catholic Church, and they like tap on it when they're walking around. I'd be doing all of it coming into work.
It's like mad cow disease. You're going to see people that you know, and maybe even family members, who are young and healthy, and their brains will be turned to mush over a period of a couple of months, and then they will be gone. Scott, we're about to witness mass death across this country, and I believe there are some nutritional things that people can do, basically anti-inflammatory diets, that can save them if they've taken the vaccines. I don't think it has to be fatal, but most people won't do those things. Most people will continue to eat highly inflammatory processed junk foods, toxic, artificial, partially hydrogenated, genetically modified soybean oil, corn oil, canola oil, deep fried foods, just total crap. And when you add the spike protein to that, it spells death. And that's what's coming.
When you hear this, I always, and I both know there's always silver linings. There's light somewhere. There's the light energy, the light forces. whether it's, non-terrestrial light beings, whatever that's, that interceding in
Sense or incense.
Planet Earth. Looks like my video just kind of skipped out. I'm trying to figure out why that happened. It looks like we are looking at a catastrophic scenario, which I truly believe is. One of the things that I've had to, for example,
I don't know if you guys know this, but the person who sells cars is always going to have a narrative and a story that makes it sound like you need a new car. And the person who sells vitamins is always going to have a narrative and a story that makes it sound like you need vitamins. And the person who sells prepping gear is going to have a narrative and a story that makes it sound like the world's going to end and you're going to need it. Like, don't let them push you that far. Clearly, they've got a motive to push you that way.
Well, nobody has all the answers to what's happening here. We've talked about, people have talked to me about since we had that video go viral last year. I've heard this all through.
All right, I'm gonna skip ahead again.
And they're going to be eaten alive by their own hyperinflammatory reaction. Their vascular system is going to be eaten from the inside. Their brains are going to be eaten due to the neurological effects. Spike protein essentially
makes sense.
Ovaries and testes and your spleen. We're talking about autoimmune disorders and cancer for anyone who lives long enough for that. Scott, a lot of these people who are really rooted in evil, the ones, who are the pedophiles and the child traffickers and the election thieves and the globalists and the depopulationists, they are about to find out not only what it's like to have their own physical bodies destroyed from the inside out, but then to have their souls, they're going to wake up in hell.
Oh, I see what you're saying, Huntsman.
Eaten alive again and again, over and over.
I'll keep looking and trying to help. Just message me back when you can on Telegram.
For quite a ride. And they think they've won. No, think again. You've lost everything. We are the winners. We are the ones who say no to the vaccine, say yes to America, say yes to God, say yes to humanity. We win for eternity. Even if we have to suffer a little bit right now, so be it. We're going to stand here and win because we're not going to surrender our souls, period.
The reason I think so many people dove into like the vitamin and supplement industry is because of the margins. I mean, they're making each pill for pennies or fractions of pennies. And, they sell a full bottle of them for $20, $30, $40, $60, $100. Like, it's crazy, the markup on some of the shit.
We're not. And I'll tell you, and a last point, I love having you as long as I get a chance. I've never had you for 90 minutes. You're always so busy, 24/7. I'm like, I'm going to hang on to it. There's one last point I want to make and see what your thoughts are on this. I mentioned this earlier. So, folks, here's the thing. I know we all need hope. We need to know what's really being done out there for us. Here's what I got yesterday. I had a conversation. Most of you know I traveled with Sasha Stone over through the course of the tour, and I absolutely adore this man. To me, he's one of the most intelligent communicators, and on the spiritual side, the ability to inspire people to actually focus on their spiritual ascension, make sense of so many things. And I know I've heard all the bullshit from people. He's deep state. He's this. He's that. We're going to iron that nonsense out so you people can understand where I'm coming from. I've heard Mike Adams is deep state because he's a person, or he was on. He just has certain contacts. All that nonsense. I don't worry about that because
he worked for the fucking UN and NATO and shit, dude. If you're going to keep spinning your narrative, he's fucking deep state. You can't sidestep that.
I know where I come from. I come from a light source, and I don't care if I'm surrounded by these demons. It's not going to affect me one bit because I'm protected in that way because of high vibrational energy. I know I've got this temporal bubble that
do you sell that high vibrational energy and temporal bubble in the Mike Adams Health Ranger store
that my creators put around me, because otherwise I probably still would be here. Neither would Mike. But the thing of it is when you I wouldn't say infiltrate, but when you are now invited into positions inside the UN as a particular position, something director, whatever, and you get inside the Vatican and you get relationships, as he explained to me, he said, here, you don't know that in the beginning, but here's where he learned the depths of hell in these institutions. It was the fact that there were good people on the inside that saw the horror and educated him on really what's going on, just like the Q intelligence operation educated all of us of the depths of depravity of our own power structure here. Same thing. So these are the people that took him down pathways secretly, staying alive, protect themselves. But here's the truth. So that's why I have so much reverence, because it's taken him 24 years. So the influence that he wields with a lot of very important, powerful people, you'll see him coming out in a documentary that he created when we were on tour. He shared this with me the other night, and I can't remember her name. She's a scientist, and she has I think it's a nutraceutical type product that is now, it's going to be massively manufactured. It's going to be put out through a pipeline that they can't stop it. And it actually completely neutralizes, eliminates, and dissolves this graphene oxide that is the killer component in the shot. Now, no, can I verify? Not yet. We are going to obviously bring this out. I don't know if we, how we do it, but he wants Patriot Street Fighter media to be involved in bringing this out. Whether it's bringing the product out or bringing out the knowledge of it. I don't know if it turns into an interview with this scientist who he's already met with and somebody else. But I will just say, for those of you who are thinking that all is going to be lost because they have the ultimate weapon, as I understand it, this nutraceutical science will be the kill shot on the cabal's extermination plan. If that's the case, where does your hope come from? It comes from, there are other people out there that are brilliant and powerful, and they're fighting for you as well. So that's what we have now. All the people that are still going to, open up the throttle on their ride right into the grave or to hell, that's their choice. They're still not going to believe that it's anything but good. And if they're dying from this shot, they're going to blame it on you who never got the shot. And that's the whole spin machine. So, they're either going to wake up and ascend somehow spiritually in some way, shape, or form on their own accord, and they're going to be helped. And if not, then we are. So my hope is that that's exactly, what we all learned from this, but I want to put that out there, that we are going to have this conversation with this scientist, going to be introduced to me. And we'll see, it's going to be really, really quickly here, as I understand. So
they refused any type of, so apparently Scott and his whole team refused any type of treatment and went some type of all natural healing chamber, deprivation, DNA, TV screens
to do our own show. Together. We haven't figured it all out, whether it's a weekly or bi-weekly or whatever, but we are planning on doing a show together, a regular, consistent show. So that'll be a lot of fun. And when we're in studio together, I think that's when we have the most fun. We can, beat up on the scumbags, tell jokes, have a great time. They loved the last one we did.
Sure. Yeah, it's easier in person.
Yeah, sure. No doubt. Well, man, it's great to see you again, and honored to get all your time. And
I wanted to see what he did after Mike left, because he always plays nice guy with Mike.
Basically came through you, so thank you for that. And we'll be seeing them at their event, 22nd through 24th in Nashville, October. It's going to be pretty exciting. They're legendary in their own right.
Absolutely. Well, okay. Have a great evening. Thanks for having me on, and we'll do it again. Just reach out. We'll keep in touch. I'll send you more.
Holy shit, Rita.
All right, brother. Great to have you, man. Love
There's
everything.
nothing you can do about that.
All right. Take care.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to reach out and we are going to grab our next guest. And so most of you were here whenever we sent out to, or whenever we brought on, oh, great. We've got, let me see if I can find Dr. Judy.
Brother Dave, the Patriot Street Fighter is going over his new collagen he sells and his new sippy cup he got.
See her in here yet? I don't see. In fact, I'm going to grab her. No, she's not here yet. I'm shooting over her link right now. But if some of you folks may have to do a little bit of a rewind, because when we had Sister Carrie on last week, she blew people away with her information. And all I can tell you is, when somebody has the courage that this nun has to bring out charges against the Catholic Church because these priests,
oh God,
that because she's a nun, I didn't realize how abusive these people, these priests, not all of them, but we know what's going on in the clergy of the Catholic Church for a long time now. When she actually is somebody who said directly to me what happened to her, that they could just come up and grab a breast and grope her. I'm telling you, once you learn what they did to her next for many years, hitting her with directed energy weapons, anything they could do to stop her and shut her up.
The priests are running around with direct energy weapons. That sounds like a Spanish soap opera. That's wild.
Not only has she figured out how to navigate the dangerous terrain as she does, exposing their CIA front operation of that Catholic Church, whichever one is in Boston, she'll tell you, CIA front, and the weapons they've been using on her to try to shut her up. Not only that, she's now has a protocol, a natural protocol on how to undo these attacks and the damage these attacks do. So if you hadn't had a chance, go to psfrumble.com. That stands for Patriot Street Fighter. Although Street Fighter is for our
fruitcake
purposes, it's actually one word. Street Fighter is one word, but PSF is the abbreviation. Rumble.com gets you to my Rumble channel. I put that up in audio form because
Catholic set phasers to Catholic.
They were already on top of me. So unfortunately, I had
Brother Dave, you're supposed to tell me those things. You're our top religious correspondent.
She's going to bring information to us right now on everything that led up to what got her to come on last week, give us a quick brief on that. But she's going to pick up where she left off, and she's going to bring the information that's going to make you say, "Holy Mary, Mother of God!" Learn how they operate and how brave she is. In fact, what we're going to also do, folks, as we bring Sister Carrie on, I just want to let her know, Sister Carrie, we're going to, in about I would say 6 minutes or maybe 5 minutes, we're going to have to move into a break. A studio break here. So I'll let you know ahead of time because the music will roll in and take over from me. But ladies and gentlemen, we have back Sister Carrie, who came on last week. It is a pleasure to have you. How are you today?
I'm excellent. Thanks for having me. What a wonderful show you just did with the Health Ranger. I just get so encouraged. Would you like me to kind of recap what we discussed last week?
Yeah, let's do that over the.
Oh no, he's got Sister Mary. Mike, Mark's Telegram chat's melting down because they saw Pompeo talking about in an interview talking about Biden sending 3,000 troops to Afghanistan to help people get out. But they were under the impression that Pompeo was with Trump and Trump was really in charge of the military and Trump sent the troops, not Biden. And now they're melting down. No, we have more questions than we have answers. What's going on? Is it happening or not?
The next like four and a half minutes, and then we come in the second hour. Let's open up the sky again.
Okay, great. Do you want me to open it with slides too, or just do verbal?
Whatever you want to do. I'm gonna overhear. I'm gonna give you that capability, and so if you want to go ahead and show those to the audience, that's great. And
Okay.
But probably a good verbal would be great.
Okay, all right. So yeah, let's do the verbal because I have my pagination at where it was supposed to be.
Mhm.
Also, did you want me to record this? Because I know last time we did it, YouTube shut us down and it was tough to acquire recordings of the visuals.
Yeah, you can go ahead and do that. I always have, of course. Yeah, I'm doing that on my end here. So let's make sure I actually have. I forgot last week to go ahead and hit my record, but through the studio, I always have the audio. I don't lose that.
Excellent. Okay, well, I'll just give you a thumbnail sketch just in case for those who haven't had the opportunity to go back through last week's tipping point on August 9th. But basically, I have a PowerPoint that I go through where it describes my history. Basically, I was a Roman Catholic nun for 14 years. I converted to the Catholic faith when I was in high school of my own.
She's actually Sister Golden Hair. That's what people don't know. Well, I tried to make it Sunday, but I got so damn
I felt
depressed.
very drawn to antiquity and so forth. And I've also had, visitations spiritually.
That'll probably get us struck, won't it?
So then in the course of becoming a nun, I graduated high school, straight away went to the convent. And at that point, I had a very good.
Yeah, better not get struck.
I felt a calling to go deeper into the religious life, which would require you to be sequestered, which means more of a contemplative nun versus an active nun doing active apostolates. So the contemplative nun would be someone who would be more prone to praying several hours a day and just doing subsistence type jobs, things like basket weaving or things of that nature. Nowadays, for me, it was working at a
I don't really know what the song's about, but I like it.
wire company. So I went through and
Yeah, it's one of the this is just weird. And I don't even think my dad's like a fan of the song, but one of the first memories I have of like my dad singing like a song while we were doing something, going to the dump or something in his old pickup truck, I'm sure. And he knew every word of the song, and I remember like watching him, like I didn't know all the words to fucking anything, and that was one of the first ones. And since then, I've always just liked that song. Just kind of calms me down. Sister Golden Hair.
went back
I like
to my hometown. I started to frequent a monastery. I had the approval of my superior to leave with her blessing, with the understanding that I would, acquire canonical status.
I don't think Scott has gynecomastia. I think he's got man tits. I think that's a scientific term. What are you using? Slander?
It's a legal term. In the Catholic Church, they follow this thing called canon law. And this canon
It's America, the band America.
was to allow me to start to live my life as a candidate to become a hermit. The hermit, the kind of hermit that the Catholic Church speaks of is, bottom line, it's worshiping, but not separating yourself completely from humanity. It's just to share in that humanity by way of attentively praying for them.
My dad is
in Spencer, Massachusetts.
60.
Almost 3 years. And then, like Scott was saying, which was something I did not expect, a priest lunged out at me during the course of a
That's the big guns.
Nuns
thank you.
hurt more when their sticks are wet.
I've heard that. Nuns with wet sticks are usually the harder hitting wet stickler nuns. That's true. We'll just leave it at that.
Meeting. He grabbed my left breast. The whole story began from there. It went into this huge rabbit trail. So then in the course of trying to resolve that peacefully,
He grabbed your breast and got a little bit of your rabbit trail. Jesus, I didn't know it was that serious. I heard the part about the breast, but I didn't know he got your rabbit trail too.
did everything in my power to try to resolve it behind closed doors. A priest, a friend of mine, called the DA's office. I ended up getting wound up into a criminal case, lost the criminal case. The case was used to destroy my name. Then I started, instead of laying down and taking this, I was like, oh no, I am not going to take this, because I could feel something was really wrong. And so I started going to the newspapers. The newspapers started coming back to me, telling me my phone was tapped. I went to the chief of police. The police said, yeah, you're in over my head here. And there's not a lot I can disclose to you, except that you're in a dangerous situation. And I'm like, well, what can I do? And he's like, I don't have answers for you. So I'm like, okay. So I figured by this point, that if I just packed up my bags and left Massachusetts, I went to Texas, and I thought if I minded my business.
Seems legit.
Okay. Well, it wasn't. So late 2008 into 2009, January, I moved right into Texas.
Thank you, Brother Dave, for the tip. I appreciate it.
Reality hit me that we are all part of a slave system, whether we like it or not. And
wow, that's a great lead up. We have a break coming up here, folks. Sorry to cut you off, Sister Carrie.
Holy shit, dude.
Scott McKay, the Tipping Point Revolution Radio, folks. We will be right back.
Did you hear that fucking cut in? Did you hear that cut in? He's like, nah, bitch. Wow, that's a really interesting story, but we'll be back after this commercial. You can go get fucked till then.
Whole reality hit me that we are all part of a slave system, whether we like it or not. And
wow, that's a great lead up. We have a break coming up here, folks. Sorry to cut you off. Coming right back in a minute to hear the rest of this. Scott McKay, the Tipping Point Revolution Radio, folks. We will be right back.
I look, back when I was in the clergy, it was tit for tat. You want a little confessional, I want a little that tat. You know what I'm saying? But I never ventured down the rabbit trail without permission first. It's not a good look for you.
As expressed in the Times 2008.
We're showing people that all you have to do is fight. We'll eventually win. This here for me is a battle of attrition, because inevitably and eventually they're not going to want to fight this battle, because they have a little old operation like me, Patriot Street Fighter, that keeps pounding away at them and weakening them. How do I know it's true? Because on Patriot Street Fighter 23, I had a show with Mel K. And of course, I just happened to click on here on my computer, community guideline strikes, 1 of 3 community strikes. Warning was August 24 or August 14 with Mel K. I knew that was coming. Mel K, you get 5 minutes on a show with her, they just nuke your whole channel. So I thought, oh, okay, I'm going to put Mel K in their face. So all they did was give me a strike. Now, here's the thing. Strike is strike is 7.
When I was young, I thought nuns were the priest's concubines.
That might have actually been true when you were young, Brother Dave. How long have you been around? There's been several changes in the church. That might have been true. The nuns were priest concubines. Maybe. Never can tell.
They just let you know if you get another one, it's a strike, which means it's going to put you in a penalty box for 1 week. You can't upload anything, and you cannot broadcast or live broadcast. Okay, that's strike 1. Strike 2, when it hits you, they give you 2 weeks in a penalty box. If you do it again, strike 3, you're in for 90 days. So I've been there a couple of times, maybe once. No, I've never been past strike 2. Strike 3 for me, they've revised their plans and their algorithm. They just take the whole channel down. They've taken channels down I had no videos up on yet. So we're a threat. Now, what's the point here? The point here is I got an appeal, I got a strike, or I got a warning with Mel K. Okay, now I just noticed yesterday they took down 2 different videos of mine, Sherry Beal, and they also took down Patriot Street Fighter Part 2 with -48 Mickey Clan and Serena Gal and the gang. So what does that mean? They gave me 1 strike for 2 videos. Do you see what's happening here? I'm weakening their infrastructure. That should be strike 2. I should be in a box for 2 weeks. I'm only for 7 days. So they gave me 1 strike for 2 videos that they knew. I told you, I am weakening these milquetoast pussies over there at YouTube. I'm winning. I'm getting away with.
Oh, somebody quoted my battery quotes. You showing up, MM. I'll shove these batteries up your ass.
things they would never let you get away with. So trust me, we are winning. And there's another reason why we are going to ultimately win, because we have the brave, courageous that are now coming to the battlefield, and they're outing these people.
Thank you, Brother Dave.
We have Sister Carrie here. It's pretty exciting because there are very few people out there that has come from the world of the priesthood or as a nun to come right out and say, this is what's really going on behind the scenes there. And once I started to out them, here are the attacks they brought on me. And here I still am after 13 deep state attacks, poisoning, whatever. So Sister Carrie, once again, we got a good quick update from last week. And if you want to pick up where you left off there, if there was more before we launch into our next assault on their lives.
Priest porcupines.
Hold on 1 second. I need you to unmute on your end if you can. I think we got you now.
Excellent. Thank you. Yes. So basically where I left off was I knew I was in over my head. I left Massachusetts. I thought if I minded my business and behaved myself, they would leave me alone. No, they were actually tracking all of my movements. And when I say they, literally, I have the IP address to the actual monastery, St. Joseph's Abbey, who was looking me up every single year and even downloading certain radio shows when I was on.
There you go.
Other, I was featured on as a guest. I don't want to say the person's name because they're being highly attacked today. So with that being said, I figured, okay, I'll just be quiet. I'll study a little bit of private law. Then as I began to study, I started to realize.
And that's a great lead up to the second part of the story, but we got to take another break here. We're actually going to Mike Adams, where he can tell us more about Patriot Collagen in sippy cups.
That every court is a bank, and that every single person, you and I, the way that Nanodomestic Quail was implementing, getting most of the population infected with nanotech. The documents came across.
Is that her? Sister Carrie.
Across my desk in two ways. One was from.
That explains why the show's so long. It's a combined show.
Look, we invite getting tossed off of any channel. You're safe here at Revolution Radio in that respect, so don't worry at all. I find ways to get tossed out of everything, so no worries.
So, yeah, I was so good on the other talk. Okay, so basically here, please don't go into the doctor and say I need that treated. I'm gonna share with you what I do and what I've done and what works. Okay, when you go in, when I share the remedy, someone might want to say or consider saying, right? Because I can't tell anyone what to do, but I would say something to the effect.
I've got her little
such a remedy assists with
biography here. Sister Carrie is the founder of Christ the Wall Hermitages, a diversified ministry. Inc. She's a former nun, whistleblower, speaker, author, revolutionary, reformer, consultant, researcher, program architect, and inventor. Sister Carrie is the tip of the spear for exposing the dangers of weaponized nanotechnology and other exotic military-grade weapons deployed against civilians, herself included, and the need to safeguard all mankind from its many forms. She is the only known survivor of a military-grade nanotechnology attack who is free of the effects of this technology, and who has come clean of it with verified evidence to let the world know there is in fact a remedy. Since Donald J. Trump came to office, who is get-it-done president who is not commended highly enough. Sister Carrie has created a well-conceived program and system from her successful experience in order to help others who are unjustly targeted. She has started an information revolution by launching her story. She creates systems from her practical methods, the latest being her 2-part series, From Targeted to Free, Love is the Answer, trademarked, instructional DVD. Our expertise comes from the experience achieving success, which is now developed to help others help themselves who are unjustly targeted through a DVD program where one can learn and apply the methods we describe therein at one's own pace. B, we attract those who have an unswerving commitment to achieving their remedy. We cannot guarantee results, yet have found that those who do not quit win. Sister Carrie Bernor spends her time managing CTWH, reading and writing books, and making improvements to her world-leading training program. She is affectionately called the Nun with the Gun and the Bride with Boots On, and does all those things for the purpose of spreading the kingdom of God in hearts and souls. A former Alphabet Agency agent said of her recent expose on the clergyvictim.com, the video called Targeted to Free, Jesus Defeats Nanotechnology Weapon, Carrie, oh my God, That video was amazing and made a very complex subject understandable and an unusual story more believable with you telling it. Congratulations. I work at a 3-letter agency.
Kind of play sports or I do this or
Wow.
that. I tend to have a little bit of inflammatory stuff going on, and I'd like to enjoy my body having less of that. Can we go ahead? I don't recommend anyone talking about anything else other than, that. So here it is. Attached graphene oxide reduced 99%. So therefore, yes, it is proven. UVBI, also known as ultraviolet blood irradiation. I also availed myself of ozone and hyperbaric treatments. Be careful for hyperbaric if you have claustrophobia, for those who go through that. Along with Myers cocktails and glutathione IVs, etc. It destroys these materials. I am not a doctor, but I'm unfortunately very experienced with these materials, biotech weapons. Graphene oxide, I'm going to show you some of this was on the NIH. Not that I'm saying they're not the best. I'm not saying they're the authority, but it certainly helps to have something that doctors can understand. We are also in Aqueous solution. I'm going to get into that. I'm attaching the documents now. There are many documents, but the evidence you are looking for is in Exhibit X. I read that to you guys earlier. Exhibit X is also known as the retesting of specific biological monitoring test exposure to advanced nanomaterials, evidencing that I had a total turnaround in response in results. It says here, part of the notice to Bernard's World Criminal Report and the private investigator reports attached with findings by Melinda Kidder before and after with signals no longer present. The magnetofection, yes, I did have that, in my case, had neodymium and other metals in my scalp for that. See metals I spit up under 60X ocular attached. That was in the previous talk on August 9th. No longer active, thank God. Reason for this is in the report. Open quote, Ms. Berner has perceived continual movement and can feel the materials moving. It should be remembered that many of these materials would have a piezoelectrical and I'm trying to get through this quickly. A metal or piezoelectric material associated with them to enhance their ability to bind, attach, and or anchor to the nervous system as it would establish a microwave pattern or grid. In Ms. Berner's case, the grid formation occurred under her scalp like a helmet.
Yeah, I figured, MN, when you come back and said you were going to watch the news and Mike Penny, that is kind of a troll.
Pearls in it. In the previous show, I showed what that looked like. The grid system would be to the core of the individual, including to the bone. Goes on. I had Raman spectroscopy, FTIR testing, photomicrographs, other analysis reports, EDS, etc. If they needed that, I offered it. And then my sworn testimony. And I encouraged them to keep fighting the good fight. I created DVDs that went into detail on multiple aspects of what I've been through. But basically, the DVD is 11.5 hours, both of them combined. This is where I get into how to build the Faraday cave. If one is emitting a signal, I do believe that it is imperative to have something at least blocking those signals in the evening when you're sleeping. The body has to be able to detect what is foreign to it and slough it off. So I get into that. You can go to that.
Slough it off. Your body's got to be ready to slough at any moment.
Targeted the number 2.
That makes sense.
And of course, you will learn the methods used to basically break up these materials, etc. And that's part 2. And of course, the message from me to you guys is, with God, all things are possible. We don't have to tolerate this. We do not have to be victims of their genocide. So, okay, this is a place that I used to go to with a friend of mine, and getting out in nature is absolutely key. Absolutely key.
Does that have to do with anything?
Meditation, prayer, that has to be above all everything, because the brain is a greater transmitter than all these man-made and demon designed frequencies. And yes, there are the demonological side. If you study the paranormal, you notice that people go in and they start, getting out their magnetic meters.
What's your Telegram username?
And things of that nature. Everything is frequency.
Your on Telegram.
Get in touch with the rhythms in nature, and that's what I would recommend for everyone going through something like this. Another thing is cleaning out the heavy metals. How do we determine what metals are in our body? There's urine test, and there's the wonderful hair tissue mineral analysis trace element test. So when I did that for myself, I was able to find out and target the exact metals, and I went and I purchased clays that would address pulling that out. A lot of people would use chelation. They would use, intravenous chelation. I have found from my experience that taking baths with these clays within a 2 to 3 month range of time, this stuff would go away quicker. This metal would just leave the body quicker using that instead of the EDTA chelations and so forth. Like I said, the urine toxicology results were very high. Some of them hit into the red ranges. Mine was gadolinium. I had, other, I think it was mercury. I even had uranium. Aluminum was a big one in there. I apologize about the photograph quality there. And then I did a retest with my hair tissue analysis. And all it requires is to snip off a little bit of hair. You don't have to, cut off the whole thing, just a little bit. And you send it to the proper place. There are places out there. I would recommend Trace Elements. 4501 Sunbelt Drive in Addison, Texas is a great place for that. Very reasonable. Their prices are awesome. And there's other, testing.
Is she having you check your own elements of your hair?
Comes back and a retest for hair for accuracy. And I did this several months later, and thanks be to God, a lot of the numbers were starting to go down. So I kept on top of it. This was through another lab, and of course I had to use a fake name at that time because I was still on the run. So yeah, this is a great way to begin, because with most of these big shots, unfortunately, they're pumping your body full of metals in order for, the mRNA to replicate through the body quickly. That's what's required in order to get it to start emitting a signal. A lot of people are finding that they got the spoons and everything, attaching to their bodies, but that's not the only purpose. That's not the real purpose. The whole purpose is to make you a transmitting, walking, talking, traceable entity.
It's blue alert is the alert that's sent out after a police officer was killed, like an Amber Alert.
You're their slave, but no more. We don't have to do that. I'm not their slave. I'm not attached to any of their frequencies any longer, just God's frequency. There it is again, just indicating that yes, if you are emitting a signal, these numbers can be traced to who's ever involved in the licensure of those frequencies. And if you do find that you are emitting numbers or frequencies, I would recommend strongly, as I did before, get that information, go to a private investor, go to a TSCM specialist, a technical surveillance countermeasure specialist that would record those frequencies for you. Make sure there's reports written under penalties of perjury that are pursuant to evidence laws. You're going to want to follow the rules, because you want to make sure you get that data before you do your cleanses. Why? Because once you start to break up those materials, those signals will be gone. And it's crucial if you want to build up your file for potential claims, that would be a very good move to do. Again, I have to stress that we have to be wise as serpents and gentle as doves. So please don't go into the doctor's office and say, hi, I need ultraviolet blood irradiation because I'm afraid of I think I have COVID, or I think no. That will get those places to get shut down. We need those places.
Ooh, you can't go in there and tell them what you want. It's like a drug deal. You have to be like, hey man, you got the things.
And, find another legitimate reason. Inflammation is a big one. And other, lists are online where you can find out the other purposes for which ultraviolet blood irradiation is utilized. There will be likely a preliminary blood test that they'll do to make sure coagulation is going right. I forget the name of it. I had it written down on a sheet of paper somewhere, but I forgot where it is. So basically just make sure that the doctors are following due process and making sure that you're getting tested before you go ahead with the UVBI. What that is you're sitting in a chair and they're taking out, with respect to your body weight, they're taking out a portion of your blood, not a lot, just enough. They run that through an ultraviolet light. And that light, once it runs through, that light is known to destroy viruses, bacteria, fungus, mold, you name it, okay? And so when that amount of blood goes back into your bloodstream, it goes in and literally starts to shatter the viral envelopes. And that's usually how these weapons are designed, is through the utilization of a viral envelope to get the body to be tricked into accepting it. So it is invasive. It is an invasive procedure, just to warn you, but make sure you drink lots and lots of water. Don't drink coffee the morning you try, because they're going to need to find your vein. And people who show up dehydrated, they have to get picked probably a couple times.
Oh God, of course they do.
A lot of good water, have a few snacks on hand, and enjoy your time peacefully getting that procedure done. And you can look it up online, find out places, I don't want to necessarily provide that, but people can research UVBI, ultraviolet blood irradiation, with ozone, with or without it, it'll still work. And you will be able to feel a huge difference. Here is the documentation I found. Green and effective removal of aqueous graphene oxide under ultraviolet light irradiation. And this was on the NCBI website. Basically, it indicates, here's what it indicates here. I'm not even going to attempt to read these names because I don't want to offend any Oriental people. So basically received 20 July 2018, goes on, abstract, the potential extensive application of graphene oxide, GO, in various fields results in the possibility of its release into the natural environment with negative impacts on humans and the ecosystem. The ultraviolet-induced removal behavior of aqueous GO, graphene oxide, was evaluated in this study. Bottom line, with all that fancy doctor language, it basically says the key words are down here: ultraviolet blood irradiation, or not blood, I'm sorry, the ultraviolet light photoreduction. And basically in an aqueous solution, this stuff, graphene oxide, this yucky, disgusting stuff over here, which is basically the infrastructure, the structure for nanotechnology.
So the graphene oxide is a non-issue. It is. It's in every fucking medical supply you've ever had near your body, ever.
That's what it's made of, is graphene. It starts to dissolve, and you can see that in an aqueous solution with the ultraviolet light. So that's why I share with you that the other mechanisms I use did certainly help. And it's great for people that want to reverse their aging and for sports injuries. It's a hot treatment. A lot of wealthy people use it. You don't even have to be wealthy, but those tend to know more about it for some reason. But it could range from maybe $200 to $300 each. And you could probably find places that will provide it for like package deals or something. They don't recommend doing more than 2 in 1 week. But if someone had the big shot or whatever, I can't see why it wouldn't be unreasonable to say, hey, I got a little inflammation going on, and maybe go in there and just see how you feel after a couple of them treatments. And again, this is just, I'm like, what's an Aquarius solution, Lord?
What's the graphene water?
Stuff.
Hey, Sister Carrie, I just want to let you know we are probably about a minute and a half from
wrap it up, Sister Carrie.
Make sure you know that. I'll be listening for the music to close this particular segment out, folks. We actually are going to be bringing Sister Carrie back a number of times to be able to cover all this information. So sorry we had to slow you down there as you got going, but we're about a minute away.
Okay. Bottom line, you're an Aquarius solution, guys. So cheers. Okay.
Well, I did.
We'll have to probably take a little more time because I don't think I'm probably about 10 slides away. But we'll take.
We're bringing you back. I mean,
okay.
This stuff's too important for the people not to hear all of it. In fact, I pause occasionally here because I just listen for the music. I don't have it. Once we had the cloud attacked with ransomware at Revolution Radio, there were some changes made to protect it a little better. And I had just not been, what should I say?
What is this that they're sitting in here?
Timer to see exactly when that radio comes up on the clock. But anyways, so we did talk earlier. I explained this earlier.
What we got going on here?
When I talked about this, a potential, or I should say, a nutraceutical type product that is going to come out that is proven to do exactly what you said. So we're going to come back next week, folks, with Sister Carrie. Thanks so much for being here tonight again. We appreciate you. Ladies and gentlemen, Scott McKay. This is the Tipping Point Revolution Radio. See you next week at 8 to 10 p.m.
Thank you for having me, Scott.
All right. So there's what's this last image you showed, Scott? What the fuck is on your computer, dude? Jesus Christ. You got something you want to tell us about here? Oh, let me just exit out of that.
Thank you for having me, Scott.
Wait. Exit out of that one too. Quick, panic mode, go. Oh no. And she's in the mud pit. She's in the mud pit. There's a couple channels I want to check out right quick and see if they're worth covering that I've never covered before. One is named Billy Bean. This would be the whiteboard grandma. I think is what we should call her.
Hi, this is Billy Bean here with another segment of None Unto Yet, the sci-fi series, the exciting sci-fi series
Mud Floods.
we're getting into. This is Book 1, The 5 Palms of Why in the None Unto Yet series, Chapter 10, First Response. First, a few notes. So we're looking at a group from the Mioba
Toaster koozie.
en route to a wedding. That's the tribe of Patmos, one of the main characters. And 3 males were kidnapped by the Soul Eaters. So this is a map of None Unto Yet. And this will give you some idea. They were from the Red Rock continent, the Mioba tribe, and they were going to a wedding at Whitestone Island when they were kidnapped in between. Now, the main part of our story is taking place
Is she really funny, Tara?
in this
I
barren
thought she might be funny to cover.
called Stillness Island and in the Stillness Forest. So, that's where we are in terms of logistics. Now, one thing that I'm going to mention are strangelets, which is really interesting. And the size of these particles is like 10 to the negative 15. So in terms of scientific notation, that would be
I gotcha.
a decimal with 15 zeros, and then your number 3 perhaps. Very, very small. So these strangelets are very unusual particles. They can move up and down. They're called strange particles, and they can change matter on contact. So that'll play into our story.
Jason Q's mom.
Started.
Mama Q, is that what you were calling her?
Beneath the early morning sun. Inside one of the mounds, deep underground, were the prisoner males. Nunatsiav's AI had sent out strangelets, billions of strangelets, that floated inside the holding tank. Jason Roched rolled over and threw up. And what came out of his throat was a green, murky substance that smelled like rotten.
Infrared sauna tents.
He surveyed his area. He and 6 other males were inside a large cage with shackles on their right ankles. Next to them, he saw another cage with 3 males inside who appeared related, all with chocolate brown skin and light blonde hair. Jason Roched's blue-black skin was shiny with sweat. His mind melded with his ship, the Jason 1, named after an ancestor of Jason's who was a diplomatic healer. His ship immediately calmed with Nunatsiav's Soul Eater war operation and advised General Nakobe, who was en route to the stillness. Mind melding's advantage is that you see through that person's eyes, receive their thoughts telepathically, and experience their emotions. General Nakobe's aide, who was a specialist in linguistics symbols, passed a written note to him. General Nakobe read it, then passed it to another aide who was a specialist in AI symbols. 4,700 eyes, ears, and minds of humans.
So, who just dropped that in the chat? In the Telegram chat, it was Rachel LaCroix dropped a message about the white hats in Afghanistan. And the person who posted it, I don't know who that is, Canadian something another. It says their username is Canadian DSIO maybe, or ASIO. I can't tell. No, it's DSIO. Anyways, the first comment on that little video is Nocturnal Cajun. They used to hang out here all the time, which at least they're disagreeing with them. It's a Afghanistan white hat bullshit post.
Were plugged in, plus Nunatsiav's war status AI and eater. He could not find a consciousness in this soul eater. Mike Telenek, part of the ECOM crew.
Let's see if she's got anything more interesting than that. I don't know if I could do a whole show on Billboard Billy. Billy Bain. What's this one? Look younger.
Hi, I'm Billy from Texas.
That's not the same fucking person. Who's that?
And I'm here today to demonstrate facial exercises. As we get older, our face begins to be drawn down toward the earth as a function of gravity. Well, we can easily reverse some of those effects.
How did she get a cell phone in her padded room?
These muscles, this, the nose, around the lips, jaw, and neck. Let's get started.
This is a silver alert message. She has been missing since 2019.
5 areas. And we're going to do those 5 times each. Then we're going to repeat for a total of 3 times. And then a short massage. Okay. Brow area. Hold your fingers here. It creates resistance. And
Okay.
lift, 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 lift.
I don't know if you guys can tell, but I'm doing it.
5 times. You're exercising the
I
muscles.
don't need my fingers. My hat band's working.
It's also going to help with the eyes drooping. And now we're going for the nose.
Oh, you are Nocturnal Cajun. I didn't know that was your username. I just saw the post and I was like, I recognize that name.
It actually may take you a few days of practicing this to actually discover the muscles in your nose. Watch this. Hold your finger here and lift, lift, lift. Can you see my nose lifting? It's lifting with these muscles right here. 3, 4, 5. Now we're going to do the cheek areas. You do have muscles right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Did you see the cheeks lifting? Okay, now we're doing around.
I'm going to need these in a few years. Can you slow it down so I can take notes? I already memorized start. I'm sure give a lesson one day.
Around the mouth. 1.
Hey, she got so many goddamn crow's feet, you'd think there's a fucking handful of bird seed on the bridge of her nose.
2, 3, 4, 5. Now we're going to do the jawline, which also pulls and exercises the neck muscles. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now we're going
That's because I got a strong forehead. Forehead is still.
and then a short massage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1,
Potato, 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 potato. You gotta loosen the larynx.
2, 3, 4, 5.
Scott has a different method for loosening his larynx. He uses this tubular-shaped sculpting device that he just rams into it over and over again until it gets stretched out again and again and again and again. The tubular shape not only stretches out his vocal cords in the back of his throat, it actually doesn't induce stress because it's perfectly round. It's got a little bit of a taper on the very tip of it, head, if you will. Got a little bit of a slope. Many would say mushroom-like.
One more time, and I'm not going to count.
This is the Ascension dance. The entire dance is for facial movement. That way, if you're completely paralyzed, you can still ascend. If you're paralyzed from the neck down, you can still ascend.
Just going to demonstrate.
Power squinting. Scott needs some of these. You got anything to tighten his tits up?
It will also stimulate blood flow and release endorphins in your brain. It's a good thing, as Marcus would say. So we're going to do them in circular motions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1.
I was able to whip him up. They're all handmade, but I was able to whip him up a batch of, we call it the bird root juice. It cures moles, voles, and sore assholes, and I got it shipped off to him at his P.O. box. I think he's going to use it to clear that shit he's got in the back of his throat out.
2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's also do the neck. Pulling
Might
up.
as well, fuck it.
2, 3, 4.
Base to tip. Base to tip.
Now let's finish with the temple area. A light circular movement. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's do that again. 1,
Sweating with the oldies.
4, 5.
I like it.
Do that a third time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Gam gams.
I'd love to hear your comments on this. BillyBean at Gmail.
She's building up to it. Billy Bean at Gmail. Billy Flick Your Bean on Gmail. Oh. She's got Derma Roller 0.25, Marilyn Monroe Contouring Medium, Glycolic Acid Pill, and then she starts on Myanmar. The Myanmar election. We'll check out someone else. I've added her to the list. Let's check out, what time is it? 12:40. We'll check out one more. Angel Warrior Network. I got to kick y'all to Tony here at 1. He's starting his Mafia Monday, which sounds like it'd be a lot of fun. But now, to be fair, I've only seen like 10 seconds of these people, but I saw that they were talking about QAnon stuff, and I thought, well, at least check them out. They might not be funny. They might be incredibly sad. I don't know.
Wasn't live yet. Oh, well, okay. So you hit.
That's the biggest mouth I've ever seen on a human in my life. And also the tiniest mouth I've ever seen on a human in my life. Why didn't they average those out?
And then hit live. Okay, it's fine. Y'all missed the start. But look.
Oh, you guys are going to be disappointed. I had a much, much, much larger YouTuber reach out to me and kind of say that he likes my humor. He doesn't follow a whole lot of the QAnon or political stuff, but he still watches because he kind of likes my humor and thought I was funny and do well, blah, blah, blah. And I was talking to him about YouTube stuff, and he said something about strikes and blah blah blah, and I was asking him about it, and he said that he's pretty sure the reason I'm getting striked is because YouTube kind of implemented an unwritten backdoor policy that anything more than 3 videos on a person becomes harassment. Like, if you can make negative videos about another creator as long as you don't do any of the harassing things, but even if you don't do any of the harassing things, if there's more than 3 and they're negative videos, they're going to wrap it up as harassing and you can get a strike for it. And every video you put up about them after that gets struck.
Before we get started, I wanted to ask Redstone Penguin what is going on in West Virginia. Type it in the thing while we open up the show for me, please.
All right, let's see. Hi, everybody. We see West Virginia is having some issues. We want to know what they are. Redstone. Hi, Miss Donna from Minnesota. I see Kentucky. I see Fort Hood, Texas. Been down there a few times. Hi, Miss Betty. Hi, Miss Joe. Hey, David from Florida. We're so glad y'all are here and spending Friday night with us. Y'all get date night with us. I love it. Hey, Crystalline from Mississippi. I can say that. I'm from Arkansas. I can let that Southern.
No, I haven't talked to Mersh in a while. I've only talked to him like twice or maybe 3 times, but no, I haven't talked to him in a while.
Hi, Kim Brent.
Hey, Kim. Okay, so let me tell you what Kim said today. So Kim texted me today, and this is what she said, y'all. Kim, I guess you don't.
We're gonna have to keep it fresh, and the 3 that we get to make on somebody, when we find somebody good, the next 2's really got to be winners.
I don't care if I share this.
They say because it shows a pattern of like going after somebody that it's and targeting them, it's automatic harassment.
Okay, she said that she was at a doctor's appointment today, and you should see the line to get the vacation. Somebody needs to come to Mississippi to wake these people up. You're right, Kim.
That's okay. It'll keep me from getting comfortable.
There's a lot of people.
Like I'll have to keep finding new people.
But what we want to say is we're glad you're all here. And before we get started and dive into any of our intel, which really isn't a lot, so that's a little peculiar, but we have had some things going on in individual situations we're going to go over. Make sure if you're on YouTube especially, you hit subscribe, you give us a thumbs up, which is a like. Make sure you hit your bell where you never miss one of our broadcasts coming out again, because all that helps us in the algorithm. And share, y'all. Y'all help us a lot when y'all share.
Come on, y'all.
I know that don't
just share it.
Because when we get ready to head to the radio station later this month, well, in September that is, and then go back in October, we will be able to actually carry our audience with us and share all the good stuff with y'all too. And y'all say prayers for me because it's my technologically challenged self. We almost have our t-shirts up. I mean, I have them.
Royce Wood. Royce Wood's already been arrested. Did he escape? That was the North Texas police officer. Did he escape?
Made. They're all sitting there. It's Missy now.
Ah, shit, that was my fault.
Donate or whatever, because we don't get paid for this, and it costs.
Oh yeah, listen. Here's their pitch for donate to us.
And share all the good stuff with y'all too. And y'all say prayers for me because it's my technologically challenged self. We almost have our t-shirts up. I mean, I have them made. They're all sitting there. Etsy is my issue with getting my storefront connected to my t-shirts. So it's a connection deal. So we're working on that. And I'm going to turn it over to Miss Missy now.
And yeah, it's okay. So we also, we put the link. Okay. So we have a Venmo now because there have been a couple of y'all that have asked how y'all can donate or whatever, because, we don't get paid for this. And it costs a lot, like for, what is that called? The StreamYard and stuff, and getting everything set up.
Well, StreamYard's free. There's a pro version, but StreamYard's free.
All kinds of behind the stuff that gets it all done.
So
behind the stuff that gets it all done. We need to buy more behind the stuff that gets it all done.
Write it up. So if y'all want to donate, go ahead and just donate. That's going to go towards more of the channel. And like if we need to travel to get this out or what have you. And we've also been talking about like doing other patriotic stuff where maybe we can all meet in a place and do.
Well, the other girl's name is Trina Redneck Rhapsody. That sounds cool.
Do things together, and we could bring the t-shirts and all of that. Yes. But we all have full-time jobs, so we work on this as hard as we can. And we're doing the best that we can, but we have to do this on the side. I know I haven't been on here in a while, but this stuff, it does take a toll on you, and it's very heavy at times. And so I just needed a mental break. I mean, I really did. It's nothing personal, but sometimes you have to just step back, because I'm very passionate about this, and I let myself get upset, especially when I see things not going, things that these people are doing to us.
We got to switch gears right quick. Hold on. Let me see if I can download this very quickly. I'll let this play while it's downloading.
I just can't.
I still got to give it to Tony at 1, but looks like Brad Barton's jumping on the train here.
I would have been a whole new person. That took me to a chiropractor, and I probably couldn't have walked. I told you.
Let me get this up and play, and I want to see. I definitely want to cover these two ladies just because their energy. I think it'd be fun. But let me see what the Brad Barton Grifter Express is doing here.
Hey, Coach Barton here in the house.
Coach Barton.
We're still fighting the battles. We're just not on the court necessarily. We're on a bigger court and for a lot bigger prize, and that's our freedom. So,
Are you though?
From Murphy, North.
You're not. You're on your wife's Facebook, and you're at Lynn Woods Farm. Is that the bigger court?
Great friend. Karen Slade from Noonan, Georgia. Cindy Groover Patterson from Oklahoma. People coming from all over. Joe Craig, greetings from Waterloo, Iowa. Lori Lancey, my buddy. There's Nikki Hedrick Cooper. Got you some good news, Nikki. All right, we've reached 10,000, so I'm going to go ahead and get it started. And let me tell you, first of all, little update real quick before we get into it. We added another speaker to our event today, Kathy O'Brien.
Nobody gives a fuck.
Where you can do that. But other than that, we are just totally out. We're handicapped. We can't do anything about it because we can't do it justice if we have too many. So, but in fact, when we got the General Admission Plus, though, like I said, those are getting to come to Thursday nights. That's the truth. If it was about this, I have done the piss poorest job marketing this event, college and different. You've heard some things, you haven't. So that's the truth. If it was about this, I have done the. Oh yeah, one more thing about that. People were commenting on here. Oh, Brad, you've changed. You're just talking about these events and all this stuff. I told somebody. I see my buddy Randy Arnold there. Hey, Paul and Lori Wagner from Minnesota. I told a buddy of mine. I said, if that was the truth, and I do marketing for a living, I make my living doing marketing, and if that's the truth, if it was about this.
You don't do marketing for a living. This is a common misconception. When you talk to people who sell you into a multi-level marketing, I know it's got marketing in the name. That's not marketing. Having to talk to your upline and meet 7,000 people a week so you can take their money and put it in your pocket before they make no money and quit is not marketing.
I have done the piss poorest job marketing this event that I've ever done in my life. I mean, I would have failed miserably, which I haven't. I've done a terrible job marketing.
I do marketing for a living. No, you don't.
And
I used to do social media marketing and digital marketing for small businesses. I had some decent sized business, but still small compared to corporations and shit.
Okay. So again, we've got all types of people here with all types of knowledge and different. You've heard some things, you haven't, so on forth and so not. So here's what I'm going to do. I've had everybody and their mama send me this video, basically, that Phil Godlewski did the other.
Oh, God.
Okay.
Do you guys not know that you're screaming, save the kids out one side of your mouth and saying, hey, give some support to this pedo out the other side of your mouth? Are you shitting me?
Talking about Mike Lindell's symposium, cyber symposium. Now, what I'm fixing to share with you, I think, is very, very important. Now, you need to
look the other way when it benefits the grift, huh?
Of fields or not is totally irrelevant. Totally irrelevant.
It's totally irrelevant that he's a pedo guy.
Okay. And do I need to speak up a little bit? I'm not using my regular mic tonight. Can everybody hear me good? Okay. All right. So anyway, whether you like someone or you don't like someone, okay, don't come.
It's not the fact that I like him or don't like him based on like his appearance or his hobbies or what he says. He was 28, railing out a 15-year-old girl that not only he had the age gap, the difference in maturity level, but he was also a fucking leadership figure to her because he was the coach of the baseball team, her dead boyfriend's coach, allegedly.
On here, bad mouthing my friend. Okay, those without
your friend.
That's the first stone. Okay, all right. I don't care. All right, but Phil is a friend.
He's a pedo.
Someone that I don't know him very well, but he's never done anything wrong to me, and he does some good work. And I thought,
imagine if you dumb fucks just took the stance he's never done anything wrong to me. Does that mean we can quit hunting the tunnels? Does that mean we can let these let all these people you claim that do this satanic ritual abuse, we can let them go? They've never abused you, have they, Brad? Have they abused you personally? They drag you down the tunnels?
he was very on target with what he said the other night. So I want to get right into what he said. And
fuck you, Brad.
An hour and 20-minute video that I watched. And so what I tried to do, because I thought it was so powerful.
That's the most bullshit fucking excuse that you'll ever fucking hear for someone who was charged with sexual relations with a minor. Well, he didn't do it to me. Could you imagine your child or a friend's child or somebody in your family member coming to you and being like, hey, this guy who's almost 30, I can't even drive yet, and he took advantage of me. And you're like, well, good thing he didn't take advantage of me, and I can drive. And just walked off?
What I've tried to do is I've tried to go through it.
I'm clipping these motherfuckers. I'm going to make a collage.
Summarize it, so to speak, in simple terms that you can
Disgusting fucks. I'm going to clip every time they called out pedo, 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 and just keep cutting to different people screaming it.
Okay, I know that sounds bad.
Yes, he took a plea deal.
Okay, so
3 years probation.
And it is just this is this kind of stuff right here. Okay, so if you know, we were all disappointed with Mike Lindell's symposium, right? I mean, we were all going, "What the heck?"
He took it on corrupting a minor, I think, was what the charges ended up being. I'm pretty sure that the way the story read out from some locals there that were on a message board is like the girlfriend, the year before, the girl's boyfriend died. He was the boyfriend's baseball coach. He took it as his personal mission to kind of comfort her and help her through that. After about a year of that, the mom got very suspicious when she saw the daughter's phone. She asked the police to investigate it. They did. He was taking her to homes that he was selling because he's a real estate agent on the side too. And he was taking her to these homes, and they were having sexual relations in these like homes that were for sale and empty.
It was supposed to be some bombshell. I thought it was going to be the greatest thing ever. Okay.
He was actually indicted on statutory, aggravated, indecent assault, and a host of other crimes, allegedly carrying on a sexual relationship with a 15-year-old girl while he was 28 and working as a high school baseball coach. So he was charged with a lot, but I think he ended up, what he pleaded to was corrupting a minor. There was even in the police report, there were even times where they pulled text messages that they knew because he couldn't play, he didn't know. They called the text message extraordinary explicit. So one of the text messages read, "I realize that you're only 15, but I quickly stopped caring about age." Nasty motherfucker.
Can everyone hear me good? Do I need to change mics? Somebody that knows me, real good. Text me and tell me if you can hear me good or if I need to change mics. Bucknut, I just saw you say something there. Let me know. Do I need to change mics or am I good?
I need clips of all these motherfuckers. Fuck that. You can't go after the pedo guys that help you politically and call the other ones your friend because they didn't do anything to you. Get the fuck out of here.
Yes. It was just like a little movie of the whole ELECTION. I'm going to be using some words tonight because I'm going to try to stay up here tonight. Okay. This data is only from the votes done on a screen. This has nothing to do with mail-in votes. It has nothing to
I
do.
don't think he was married at the time, but either his wife never wanted it brought up again or didn't know. Because when this story came out in the local paper, his wife took the kids and left.
This is totally just votes.
So if she did know, she was under the impression she would never hear it again or she was leaving.
Most importantly.
And if she didn't know, what a surprise.
The exact totals from the Cyber Symposium, Domino Company now knows with 100% certainty that we have the true data.
I just wanted to make sure it was a repeat of Phil, it was a repeat of Doug, it was a repeat of Bologna Fried, and now it's a full repeat of Jeff B. I don't know who had the original thought, but here we are. I can't believe he only did, I can't believe that's all the time he did. Oh, that's crazy, dude. Jail loan, raising legal funds from his fans. After pleading guilty, he was sentenced in June to miss. Oh, by the way, Phil also used his fans to raise money for a big, fancy, expensive lawyer the second time he was arrested and going to jail for bouncing a bad check, and never took a lawyer. Instead, pled guilty. He was raising money for his legal defense. Then when it come time, he just pled guilty and did a month in jail. Like, that's pretty fucked up as well, but anybody that called him out on it, he called them fucking haters and banned them. Fuck that dude. Fuck that dude and fuck Brad. Fuck all these people putting him. You can't. Your biggest thing has been Brad is his entire blow up come from, okay, guys, you're not going to believe this, but I'm going to have to show you the fall of the cabal. You're not going to believe it, blah, blah, blah. Fuck that dude. And now he's out here pushing one. Oh, that pisses me off. Anyways, guys, that's it for me tonight. Thank you for the donations, Brother Dave. Let me check Buy Me a Coffee because there's a couple coming in there. I'm going to kick you over to Tony. He's supposed to be starting soon. I'll read off the Buy Me a Coffee later. It's not even up, and I got to refresh it and shit. It's fine. I have to sign in. But thank you for the donations, guys. I appreciate it. I'm going to throw up Tony's thumbnail, and then I'll get the link in the chat if you give me just a second. As soon as the music starts playing, I'll have the link in the chat. He is doing Mafia Monday. I appreciate you guys joining me tonight. Thank you for everything, and we'll be back tomorrow night. Sorry I kind of ran over, but I'll get you over there as quickly as possible. Let me play this music. I'll put the link in the chat. Here we go. Have a good night, everybody.
You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet.
You don't have those guts because you're a pussy. You're a pussy wearing aviator glasses in your mother's basement. And I won't even give out your dime store handle because that's really pathetic.
All right, the link should be coming in right now. I just posted it from my other account.
To see this particular show, you don't have the fork.
Maybe let me swap accounts right quick.
Planet by name.
It doesn't look like it showed up.
Who they are and telling the rest of the world who they are. You don't have the fork and balls. You don't have the balls.
Okay, Scott. Here we go, I think I started some shit.
I'll go to my home account. Give me just a second.
Bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go.
There it is. That should have posted there as the creator. That's the link right there under CBC Media. That'll take you straight to Tony's video he's doing tonight on Mafia Mondays. He's going to do it every week. Go check him out. Tell him I sent you. I'm sure he's over there waiting. I kind of ran over, but thank you guys for joining us. I do appreciate it.
False fucking prophets who profit off of gossip. Worshipping drums, cocking, begging for a throat deposit. Swinging fucking meat hammers like four in a thong. He's strapped to the shaft, eating his chest like he's King Kong. Starving for attention, I'ma make your gut burst. I'll be your huckleberry, I can quench that thirst. Baby eating lizard people, alien sex. What's next? Trump in a dress, fucking Flynn on his desk. A retard in a vest, climbing up 5G towers. Cause you told him if he did, he'd get fucking superpowers. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss him off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss him off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. I used to find clues too when I was high on shrooms. I found myself a tunnel that led to Jason Q's bedroom. Open his closet, I found some of his meat.
Yeah, I'm glad you're back as well, Tara. I'm glad you're feeling better, good enough to come back. Don't strain yourself, but I'm glad you're back. It was weird not seeing you for so long and not knowing what was going on.
Saluted the troops. He tapped me on the shoulder and said, "This is gonna be it." Whoa, wait. Stop. What? I'll get my files. Wait, what are you doing? Stop. Hold on. Fucking stop. Dude, come on. Seriously. My mom's an alcoholic. Oh, give me oh my God. Damn it. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Round 3. Down goes Nino. Please say it isn't so. Got him backed up on the ropes, trying to ram it down his throat. Now things are getting rocking, he was doing so well. It's all over, hands on his shoulders, they ringing his bell. You got Frog News Network doing no damn research. They rework and copy on Cox that came first. 9th inning, second string, and they acting like they know hitters. Assholes throwing bullshit, sending runs to the shitter. All this nonsense on my conscience, it's hard to sleep at night. Who the fuck is in my window with this time of the night? These parasites, these leeches, with all their secret meetings, teaching all you fucking cretins about.
Hey guys, have a good night. See you over at Tony's for a little bit. Don't endorse pedo, guys.
Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up.